And as you know, we're addressing the theme of Jewish heritage tourism. We know that in pre-COVID times, interest in heritage tourism in general had been booming. And in relation to Jewish heritage tourism, this relates to mixed use, which is finding new ways to use Jewish heritage sites still used for their original purposes. It's also about adaptive reuse, finding a new use for Jewish heritage sites no longer able to fulfill their original purpose. It's about education, visitors learning about the history of the site and the Jewish communities who were its users, and also addressing issues around this buzzword of intercultural dialogue, which we know is become very kind of popular. And it also relates to economic benefit, because we know in attracting visitors, tourists, this can also generate new income streams that can make Jewish heritage sites financially viable, while also bringing economic benefit to the wider community, the wider town or city in which the heritage site is placed. So you've all seen the program that we have today, and I'm just going to quickly bring it up if I can. All right, so can everyone see that? Yeah. So you've all seen the program, and I'm pleased to say that we're going to travel widely today, and we're going to explore a range of issues and contexts all relating to Jewish heritage tourism, which I hope you'll find interesting and you will enjoy. There's only one formal change to the program, which is that Steve Ellis, who was in Dame Helen Hyde's session, has unfortunately has not been able to attend today. So with Helen and Aaron being the speakers for that second session in the morning, they will simply talk for longer, and there'll be more time for questions and comments at the end. Apart from that, the program remains as is. The timings are UK timings, and we will aim to end promptly at 4:45 p.m. And we've asked all our speakers to keep to time, and we know how important that is. There will be opportunities at the end of every session for questions and comments. Please put them in the chat. You'll also be able to unmute yourself and raise a hand and speak as well, but we will be monitoring that. So feel free to make your own contribution as we go along. I'm now going to hand over to Tom, who is the chair of Moreshet from the Malopolska Cultural Institute. And Mick has also been helping us with the logistics of Moreshet and indeed the logistics of the day. So we're very grateful to them for everything that they're doing. So Tom, I now hand over to you to talk a bit more about what Moreshet is about.
Good morning. Thank you everyone for joining us today. And thank you, Michael. Thank you, Tomasz and Jan, for helping us to have this seminar today online. As Michael said today, that this is the last seminar that we've planned to happen physically, but actually during the conditions, because of the conditions, most of our meetings happened online. The session about tourism somehow includes many conclusions from other topics that we actually touched on during the project. Because tourism is also about the adaptive reuse, as Michael said. It's also about the community cohesion or youth education, and also as we had the last seminar in Krakow online about the intangible heritage, how we actually what narration we use when talking to tourists. So somehow it is culmination that links with other of our seminars. How Moreshet started? Moreshet started, I think, because we were lucky to meet Michael in Krakow during the Urban Heritage Conference in Krakow, but also because MIK, as the Institute of Culture, Regional Institute of Culture, was considering picking up Jewish heritage as one of our interest that we're still not doing quite good enough because of the history. Our region is full of the heritage that many people actually is not aware, or many people considers only in one way. So although in the past we used to talk a little bit about the Jewish heritage, we wanted to find out a little bit more. We wanted to contact experts on the topic and offer more knowledge, more expertise to our region, to other authorities as well. And the idea has been then written up and supported by the EACA with the Network of Towns program funding. So the characteristic of the Moreshet Jewish Heritage Network became to be able to offer support and expertise to local authorities, to municipalities, to towns, cities as well, and regions, that if they require some more knowledge, expertise on how to deal with the Jewish heritage. Hopefully soon, we will be able to provide you with the full toolkit that we were able to gather some knowledge and expertise during the project. But we do hope that the project does not end what we started, and we've promised ourselves, that's our plan, to continue our activity, to meet regularly, to agree and pick up more topics that are necessary to be discussed, that are necessary to be raised in terms of the consciousness of the local authorities, how to deal with the Jewish heritage. And we want to increase the number of authorities involved, of regions involved, of non-governmental organizations involved in what we do. So the expertise can be shared, can be discussed for the benefit of the Jewish heritage around Europe at the moment. And I'm glad that you joined us today, because this meeting contributes to this raising consciousness, raising knowledge, and increasing the amount of expertise available for all of us, and to be shared as widely, as broadly as possible. So I wish all of you, all of us, a fruitful discussion, and good luck. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for that, Tom. Thank you. And, I'll just mention, as Tom was saying, that formally the Moreshet project, in the context of the EU funding that we'd secured, comes to an end at the end of this year. But as Tom says, that we plan, in terms of the Moreshet steering group that's been organizing this program, that we will continue. And the idea is that we would hold a regular series of bi-monthly seminars, maybe for a couple of hours, and that each of the partners would host one going forward, so that we would maintain the momentum of what's been established through this first series of meetings. And we're very keen to reach out and involve more municipalities, towns, cities across Europe that have got significant Jewish heritage, that would be interested in being part of a wider forum. And as Tom says, essentially the idea is to discuss, to issues, concerns, best practice, models of success, etc., that there is this opportunity that we can all come together and understand better how in the different towns and municipalities they're addressing the issue of Jewish heritage, where they've got significant Jewish heritage in their locations, and perhaps they're struggling to understand what to do with it, how to preserve it, how to present it, how to interpret it, etc. And that we can assist with that, with the outcome of the Jewish heritage in Europe will be better presented and better explained. So we will now turn to our first session, and I'm going to hand over to Dame Helen Hyde. And Dame Helen is the chair of the Foundation for Jewish Heritage. She's a senior leading educationalist in the UK. She was head of a very important secondary school in outer London for 29 years or 27 years?
9.
You don't look, Helen. That can't be true. Surely not. Helen has also got a lot of experience in addressing issues around heritage tourism. She has personally led groups to Eastern Europe and engaged in all sorts of educational activities. She was also on the former Prime Minister David Cameron created a Holocaust Commission to look at the whole question of placing a new Holocaust educational centre in London. And Helen was a member of the commission, and she chaired the educational aspect of that work. So Helen, I will pass over to you. Thank you.
I'm going to share my screen. Actually, I'm not going to share at the moment. I'm going to have the privilege of introducing Tully Nates. I'm sure you know Tully from all the marvelous things that she and her museum have been presented. And I could really spend the whole session just talking about you, Tully, but I won't. Tully Nates is the founder and director of the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center and the chair of the South African Holocaust and Genocide Foundation. She's a historian who lectures internationally on Holocaust education, genocide prevention, reconciliation, and human rights. Tully has published many articles and contributed to chapters of several books. Tully is one of the founders of the Holocaust and Tutsi Genocide Survivors Group in Johannesburg. I'm delighted because I do a lot of work in Rwanda, Tully. Tully was born to a family of Holocaust survivors. Her father and uncle were saved by Oskar Schindler, and the rest of the family were unfortunately murdered. Tully, I'm not going to say anything more. We're just very privileged to have you with us this morning, and I'd like to pass over to you now.
And thank you so much, Dame Helen, for inviting me. What a pleasure, and to see some friends, some people that I know from our webinars, and reconnected with Susanna that I didn't see for years. We were together in Yad Vashem, so already a small world of people that are passionate about heritage and about learning and education from the past. What I wanted to do today is to invite you to Johannesburg and to show you some of the things that we are doing that are attracting not only tourists, but also national groups and local groups to our center. And I'm also going to speak about COVID-19 and what did we do and what are we doing to keep the issue of heritage, of history on the map, and not to wait that one day, COVID will go away, because we can see that COVID did not have enough of us yet. So I am going to share my screen and take you on a tour of our center, the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center, which you see here, which really only opened officially after 10, 11 years of creation in March of 2019. And that is a year before COVID hit us. So who are we? As you can see, we are a center that teaches about the Holocaust, but also about genocide in the 20th century. And more than that, we explore connections between genocide, between the Holocaust, and contemporary human rights violations in South Africa. So we urge always the audiences that come and engage with us to look at the consequences of history, not to stay with the history, but to look at the connections to themselves, so around issues of prejudice or anti-Semitism or racism or xenophobia and so on. We also try to increase awareness on discrimination wherever it is. So if it is issues of gender, for example, or disability. So I'll speak today a lot about the Holocaust section of our museum, we find that this entry point of the Holocaust can really connect you to many other issues that you can look at. I want to tell you very briefly that it all started with a dream. in 2008. And look at the site that we were given by the city of Johannesburg, because ours is a public-private partnership with the city of Johannesburg. And through a lot of consultations with many groups, including Holocaust survivors and genocide survivors, in this picture, you see one of our main architects, Louis Levine, speaking to Tutsi survivors from Rwanda. We asked them a lot of questions about what should this center be, how should it look, what should the exhibition look like. We spoke to teachers, we spoke to students, we spoke to other stakeholders, because it was very important not to be led by me alone, for example, or by the architect alone, but to really create a space that can answer the community needs, the tourist needs, the people that are coming in. And this is maybe the first important point that I would like to offer. Do we ask enough? Do we evaluate enough? Do we know enough what our visitors want to hear? And can we organize everything around the visitors' experience as well as our own narration or narrative? And this is how the center looks like now. We moved into the building in 2016. This dream became a reality. I still need to pinch myself sometimes, because it was a very, of course, long and not always easy road. I'm a historian. You know, I had to learn about architecture and about fundraising and about, you know, so much more, but certainly it was worthwhile. What I thought I will do is to share with you, one second, a video, a short video of virtual tour of the center that we created during COVID. And the reason we did that was that we had many lockdowns and people could not come and could not engage with the site itself. So allow me to share with you one such virtual tour, and we'll talk a little bit about it later. This is a tour of our exhibition. Let me know if you cannot hear or you cannot see, and I will restart if need be.
Welcome to the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center. This is a place of memory and education and lessons for humanity. And in this virtual exhibition highlights tour, we're going to be taking a look at this iconic and award-winning building. The Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center aims to raise awareness of the evils of genocide, with a focus on the Holocaust and the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. It serves as a memorial to the victims of genocide and teaches the consequences of prejudice in all its forms, as well as the dangers of indifference, apathy, and silence. In this tour, we're going to take particular note of the architectural features that reflect this vision and mission. The Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center, in partnership with the city of Johannesburg, moved into its new buildings in mid-2016. This site, where the Bernberg Museum of Costume stood for 86 years, was bequeathed to the city by the sisters Anne and Teresa Bernberg, on condition that it may only be used as a cultural public space. Extensive workshops with different stakeholders, including Holocaust and Rwandan survivors, assisted in defining the conceptual and symbolic features of the building and exhibition. Louis Levine, award-winning architect and artist, had this to say about working on the project. Open quote, "It's especially exciting to be able to use art as a vehicle for recovering memory. That's the way it should be." Close quote. For Holocaust survivors, the first images that came to mind were that of railway lines, deportations, and cattle trucks. These railway lines are all around the building, but most prominently here in the plaza. And they have a direct connection to this history, as well as the history of other genocides. In both the Nama and Herero and the Armenian genocide, cattle trucks were used as transport. As you can see, the railway lines are reflected in the water below and end in the sky. They are also not parallel, and this represents the chaos and endlessness of genocide. The railway lines which are embedded in concrete and rock, also allow the visitor to make the connection to the impact of colonial expansion, control, and exploitation on the African continent. They symbolize modernity and progress, but also suffering and oppression. Other journeys may also be brought to mind, journeys of those fleeing human rights atrocities today, for example. The cobblestones on the ground represent the cobbled streets of many European cities and act as a reminder to visitors of a continent that saw itself as cultured and civilized, but was not immune to the acts of genocide and mass atrocities. The large rectangular granite slabs are reminiscent of tombstones and are symbolic of the nameless victims and unmarked graves. They are positioned beside the memorial wall containing the names of children who were murdered in the Holocaust and in the 1994 genocide in Rwanda. Naming of individuals allows the visitor to go beyond the statistics, recognizing that each victim had a name. Images of forests also haunt survivors. The Nazis murdered Jews and others within picturesque European landscapes, and the genocide in Rwanda took place amongst lush, terraced hills. These yellowwood and silver birch trees stand as silent witnesses to death and destruction. In the foyer of the building, the absence of railway lines is symbolic of the void and the emptiness and the loss experienced after genocide. They are also symbolic of scars, both emotional and physical, that remain long after these events. Hard, cold, and abrasive materials have been left exposed to reflect the harsh realities of these histories. The burned red and blackened bricks are laid in English Bond style, used by the British Empire to symbolize strength and beauty. But this brickwork can also be found in the gas chambers of Auschwitz-Birkenau and at the old fort prison complex of Constitutional Hill, right here in Johannesburg. This quote by Auschwitz survivor and writer Primo Levi is prominently displayed in the foyer of the center. It happened, therefore it can happen again. This is the core of what we have to say. It can happen, and it can happen everywhere. This quote and its central position within the center really speaks to the mission and purpose of the space, to honor the victims of genocide and to teach about the dangers of prejudice and hate speech in all its forms, so as to prevent the recurrence of such mass atrocities and genocide in the future. Large windows have been included throughout the building, but quite deliberately here in this permanent exhibition space. This serves to remind visitors that genocides do not take place in the dark or in secret. They happen during the day and often in full view of the world. Being able to see and hear outside the center encourages visitors to question what is happening in the world today and in their own communities, and to think about what can be done. The journey into these stories of man-made catastrophes ends here in this evergreen space, a garden dedicated to children surrounded by living plants and poetry. There is a quote on the wall of the space by an unknown Holocaust survivor, which is displayed in English, Kinyarwanda, and Hebrew, and reads, "I have told you the story, not to weaken you, but to strengthen you. Now it is up to you." Once again, visitors are encouraged to make the connection between the past and the present, as they consider how they bear witness to injustices in their own communities every day. They are welcome to sit in this garden of reflection and renew their sense of hope, as well as their commitment to action. They can listen to moving music. Remember, Zakor, Ibuka, compiled by renowned South African composer Philip Miller, and featuring voices and songs by survivors of the Holocaust and the genocide in Rwanda. And so we invite you all to visit the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center to explore these and many other stories that are held within this iconic building.
I'll stop sharing for a minute and I'll reshare in a second. But this is one of many virtual tours that we actually decided to do the minute the lockdown came into effect. And in South Africa, we had one quite long lockdown from March, the end of March to September last year. And again, we had a lockdown through our third wave in June, July to August. And we didn't want people to forget about the center. So those virtual tours really invited people globally, but also locally, to continue to engage with the story. And please go to our website and see some of those stories available, and many of them are available. So let me continue and look at where we are, what we are doing, and how we are still engaged with tourism. As you heard from the film and from me, we are really a center of memory, education, dialogue, and lessons for humanity. And through the little film that I shared with you, we try to look at what happened, at history and at heritage, but to connect through critical thinking, through question and answer, through dialogues, issues of memory of the past and challenges to society today. We certainly look not only at the Holocaust. As you can see, we look beyond the Holocaust at issues in Africa, like Rwanda, like Namibia, but also beyond that as well. And we connect also to issues in South Africa. So it's almost, as I said before, an entry point to reflect on our own painful history, our own issues of colonialism or apartheid or racism or othering. And this proves to be really, really good and effective. And this Primo Levi quote really speaks about never again until the next time, and that's what many times we have to engage with. So the spaces are large. We look at the stories in a thematic way. So there are themes to the spaces. You have choices in the way you go and learn maybe about Raphael Lemkin that coined the word genocide, or about Armenia, or in the case of the Holocaust, you can engage your body fully. You can go to one side or to the other side. And what we wanted to do is to really rethink the way a museum is presented, that we allow people to engage with artifacts, with drawings, with testimonies, with 24 films that we developed into the exhibition. Of course, many, many photographs, but also music. There is music in many, many spaces. There are poems, poetry, and art in many of the spaces. So it becomes not only a narrow historical story, but wider art and explorations of the chuppah, or the books, or the violin, or the Chanukiah, because we are now during Hanukkah. So it's a much more vibrant kind of an engagement. And as I said, people don't just walk very comfortably and just read a panel at 1.7 meters and just stays in one sort of line, but they engage. For example, in this picture, you can see drawers. So they go down, they open the drawer, they engage with the drawer, or they listen. So they go up, or they look up. In this picture, you can see that some of the material is very high. Quotes are high. You have to look up. And by engaging your body, you are also engaging your senses. And that is really important, because symbolism, as you could hear from the film, was very important. From the windows, so the exhibition is in light, to educational engagement. Everything is very vibrant and always connects to our lives now. Also, we are looking at the subject of death, because genocide, Holocaust is, of course, about mass murder, about killing, about inhumanity, but we want to bring life. So how do you bring life into these sites of heritage? How do you concentrate on the years of life, the choices of life, rather than the moment of death, or the months of suffering, or the years of suffering? So this choice of concentrating on life, concentrating on individuality, concentrating on survivors, on the victims of their stories rather than the perpetrator voice, is very, very important for us. And you can see the groups of young people that are coming and engaging, and this is during COVID, you can see the masks, this was a few weeks ago. They engage with it in a very lively way, and they always have sort of a handbook that they can reflect on, and there are other ways that they can reflect on this that they are learning. The music helps, and please go to our website. Everything is on our SoundCloud and YouTube channel and our website. Listen to some of the music, because music also allows for that engagement. It really does help to read a poem, or to listen to a music, or to a piece of music, or to look at a document, or look at a postcard or an artifact. In addition to the permanent exhibition, of course, we always had partnerships. We work in partnerships. We only moved to the building in 2016, so we had to work in partnerships. And partnerships are key. If you are a heritage museum in Padua, who else is there? Can you work with others in your city? Can you partner and do a walking tour of few sites in the city? That's what we do. We work with a lot of other museums, a lot of other NGOs, and partner with them. And the center itself is multifunctional. So you can have seminar rooms that can have schools, but the same seminar rooms can have a film screening, or a theater, or or an engagement with a conference like we are having this afternoon. We have a resource center, we have a lending library, we have an archive that is growing, and a collection of items. We have a cafe that attracts people from 7 o'clock in the morning to have a beautiful Rwandan cappuccino, in a beautiful space at our center. So these various activities, and engaging and partnering with other museums and partners, embassies, NGOs, foundations, and so on, really help to bring the people in, and not to engage only with the same people, but to engage with different people on different projects, and challenge ourselves and challenge everyone around issues of dialogue. And for that, by the way, it was important for us to call ourselves a center and not a museum, even though we are a museum, but we call ourselves a center because it is a center where people will come again and again, rather than just once to see one exhibition. And that was quite important. So you can see that we thought a lot about all those things. Now, COVID hit, and with COVID, we had to rethink everything. And don't forget, we only opened in March of 2019. A year into our opening, we had to reinvent ourselves, which is not very kind, of the virus, but what can we do? We had to do it. So in the end of March, when our president announced there will be a lockdown, we were all in March 2020, the announcement was the lockdown will be for 3 weeks and then we will all reopen. Do you remember those days, when we didn't know what we are in for? And already then we had a little bit of an online presence. We had a social media account, we had a website, a good website, and we had a podcast account. So we had some podcasts. But immediately we had to move to other ways of communicating. So you saw the virtual tours that we started to do. we started with weekly webinars. And Michael, I know you come, and Dame Helen is coming, and others are coming to our webinars, and we try to be diverse, not to give the same one all the time. So some virtual tours, we visited Prague and Austria and Ukraine and, you know, and so on, but also Soweto. We had a virtual tour of Soweto, so virtual tours. We did different panels, different lectures, film screenings, all sorts of discussions, not only about the Holocaust, but about genocide, about human rights, about education, about different topics that relate to our mission and vision. And through this, we reached this year 80,000 people in center, out of center, in schools, in webinars, in 34 countries. We have people joining us from, you know, from China and Macau. We have people from all over Africa. We have someone joining us from Pakistan, from India, quite few people, and so on. So the sky is the limit. It's what do you offer that can tell a story? What story can you offer? So that was really important. We also enlarged our podcast series. We opened a Spotify account. We have a SoundCloud account. And all the time we do testimonies, stories, educational stories, interviews. For example, we have a series that I'm part of called Sleepwalking Through the Assault on Democracy. And this is experts. I'm, you know, the sort of, me and Du are the hosts, so we are connecting it always to education and to our museum, but we have experts from Hungary and Austria, from the United States, from Germany, and we talk about dangerous speech, or what is happening with religions, or what is happening with education, and so on and so forth. So that is really important, and maybe you guys should be our guests for our next podcast. Tell about Moreshet, speak about heritage, speak about your museums. We can do a little series of podcasts about different museums. So that allowed us to do quite a lot of nice engagement. We also did other things. We realized that data and internet were very difficult for many of our usual visitors that live in townships or do not have access to data. So we started to record on voice notes testimonies of Holocaust or Rwandan survivors and send it to schools on WhatsApp. And 2 minutes, 3 minutes, little stories on WhatsApp. And we sent it to over 200 schools, you know, in the last year and a half. So there are many, many ways of doing it. Partnerships is great. And we partnered with organizations in the United States, in Armenia, in Europe, in Africa, and that was really, really important. So why am I telling you all that? And I think that this point is really important. In the latest survey of August of 2021, and I'm giving you here, and I can send you, you know, the links as well. Museums, and especially history museums, strangely enough, but also art museum and even anthropology or zoos even, you know, like all sorts of museums, were voted in August 2021 as a space people trust more than any other source of information. The differences were very large. History museums were trusted, I think, 79%, almost 80%, while the media and newspapers were sometimes under 50%, you know, with fake news and other things. So in a way, museums, and especially heritage sites, like synagogues, like spaces, JCCs and things like that, can become a catalyzer for change, because you can share stories, you can consider, you can help to consider various needs of communities and answer and give information and connect to the information that your community or your tourists or your visitors would like to learn. And through that, you can forge new partnerships and start new projects. So that is really important. In the last few minutes that I have, because I really would love to have a conversation, I want to speak about the temporary exhibition space and how important it is in times where it is difficult for you to always open your space to create maybe a temporary exhibition. And we did it both physically. We have a temporary exhibition that can travel and can be printed in other countries. And I'll speak about it in a minute through this program that we do in Africa, but you can also do online exhibitions. And I'll speak a little bit about that as well. So we have a program that started in 2017 called the Changemakers Program. It is a program that we did in partnership with the Salzburg Global Seminar and with Aegis Trust in Rwanda. And basically, it's a leadership program, just very briefly, for young leaders that look to build resilience and resistance to violence in their communities and to help to develop necessary skills to challenge extremism in Africa, mainly in Africa. And we look at history as a case study to understand what extremism does. So we look at the Holocaust, we look at the genocide in Rwanda, and we look at apartheid in South Africa as the key case studies. We also help to develop local case studies. So for example, a case study about a civil war or another genocide or human rights crisis or and so on. And a traveling exhibition that we created is printed and left at the country that we trained. So you have here pictures from Nigeria, where we worked in northeast of Nigeria in Adamawa state. And the girls that you can see in these pictures and the trainers, the teachers, learned how to become change makers. We also worked with some of the kidnapped girls that were kidnapped by Boko Haram and were released, and they learned how to guide the exhibition. We worked also in Rwanda, in Mozambique, in the Gambia, and last week we worked in Zambia. And now in Zambia, there is an exhibition permanently, traveling between the churches, between the schools, and between the universities. So that is one way. Another way is online exhibition. Last night, we launched an online exhibition about confronting the past through a distant mirror. And that is an amazing online exhibition, free of charge. You can explore it. We also have an online exhibition about the Holocaust in Senegal. And that was an art exhibition that was with us. It left us, but now there is a permanent exhibition online. It's not expensive to do. We did it using podcasts, interviews, and a PDF. It's really not expensive to do. So I will answer some of those questions later, because none of what I'm presenting to you is expensive. It's all done by our team using iPad or a camera or, very, very cheap. You just have to do it. And so on. And maybe lastly, as I'm about to end, is to speak about how do you connect them to issues, for example, Europe, issues of refugees. I'm thinking, the news lately between the UK and France and what is happening with the refugees and the terrible tragedy, and everyone is speaking about it. How do you connect between history, Jewish history, let's say Kristallnacht, or refugees from Germany, or any other issue, and, for example, xenophobia in South Africa, which is a terrible thing that is happening since 2008, xenophobic violence that is happening all the time. How do you make those connections? And we do that, and you will see that also on our website. And we did it also around publishing a book. We did a partnership with the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation and with Jacana Media, and we published a book by photojournalists Alon Sky and James Otway called Brother. Do you notice the play on words? Other, brother, because the xenophobia and the attacks are not against white refugees or white asylum seekers, it is against African refugees. So you have not only xenophobia, but you have Afrophobia. And we speak a little bit about that with the learners. And you can see this website that we launched. And you can, again, see with the right partnership and funding from the right partner, you can do quite a lot of projects. So finally, as I'm closing the very quick view of the center, but also what do we do during COVID, I think it's important to make those connections. You see here Irene Klaas and Sylvester Sentakieye. Irene lives in Johannesburg. She's 90 years old. She is a survivor of the Holocaust from Łódź. She was in the Warsaw Ghetto. She escaped from the ghetto, and she lived under false papers on the first in Warsaw, and then after the Warsaw Uprising of 1944 in the countryside. She survived, and she's basically speaking to groups. And she's saying, I thought that when you learned about what happened to me, it will never happen again. And then Sylvester, who is a survivor from Rwanda, that survived one of the massacres in one of the churches and lost all his family, but 2 brothers, and also speaks to groups. Sylvester is saying, and a genocide happened yet again to us here in Rwanda in full view of the world. And may I say, of course, the world then kept silent. So for us, it's very important to involve the witnesses, to make those connections, and to ask the visitors to make connections. So when the visitors are leaving the center, the tourists are leaving the center, there is a visitor's book, but there is also, during COVID specifically, on our website, a project that we call the Butterfly Project. And you can download a little butterfly and you can reflect on exhibitions or YouTube or webinars and so on. So we continue to evaluate in person and on the website. And I would like to share with you just one of those many butterflies that we got from, this time from a grade 9, so 14, 15 years old, that said, I turn a blind eye when my family says foreigners must go back to their country. Now I will put my foot down. I will not condone it. And for me, that is the victory. How do you make those connections to today? So we try to build a community that will make that change, that will become the change makers, that we all need. And for me, just as a final thought, as the founder of this, of course, museum or center, but also, working with a wonderful team, really wonderful team on a varied of COVID period, new things that we developed, it was really a humbling experience, to see a dream, as I said to you, becomes a reality after a challenging road that continues to be challenging, and doesn't stop us from being challenging. So thank you very much. And I'll be so happy to have a conversation now.
Tali, that was absolutely marvelous. I wish you could hear people applauding. I've been to your museum, and it is absolutely, as your educator says, wide-ranging, physical, emotional, and what I love about it is that it deals with the past and links to the present. So, kola kavod, wonderful. I'm really impressed once again. There've been a lot of very interesting comments. I'm going to just mention a few to you. Suzanne Urban said it's very moving that integrated Tutsi survivors. One of the last seminars that she had directed at Yad Vashem was with such a group, as they wanted to see how such a genocide could be commemorated. So Suzanne Urban as well, thank you for your comments. She also says you have an example of a Shuma museum, and in the chat, you can see the audio guide and it can be downloaded. Thank you very much for that, Suzanne. Lots of positive comments, and I'm just wondering if there are any new questions. I can't see any at the moment. Someone else, Emily Clifford, said a wonderful presentation. So Michael, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, just wondering, yeah, thank you. Has there been any resistance within South African society? I mean, I know, and it's actually something that Helen, you mentioned previously when you were teaching the Holocaust in the classroom, that sometimes one can come across a certain resistance to the topic from pupils. And I'm just wondering, Tali, whether you've experienced either within wider society or from visitors, a resistance to what you're trying to do.
Great. It's a great and important question, in this I think, meeting. I just want to acknowledge my friend and colleague, Kuba Novakovsky from Galicia Jewish Museum, which we work a lot with for many, many years. And it's wonderful to see you here, Kuba. So what I didn't speak about, and I'll just mention briefly, is that the Holocaust is a compulsory subject in the school curriculum of South Africa. It's not the case in all countries, but it is in South Africa since 2007. What does it mean? It means that Nazi Germany and the Holocaust is taught for 15 hours. That is quite a lot of hours. In the 9th grade, that is about 14 years old. And again, if you choose history for your matriculation exams, which is like sort of the final exams in South Africa, if you choose history, you don't have to. You can choose mathematics, biology, and economics. But if you do choose history, you will do the Holocaust again in the 11th grade, which is 17 years old. And you look at racism and eugenics and the T4 and so on, program. So that helps, Michael, because it is part of the curriculum. It is a compulsory part of the curriculum. So schools want to come, the teachers want to come to learn about it. And also the way the curriculum is done is in a very clever way, because you study about the Holocaust, Nazi Germany and the Holocaust. Then you study about the Declaration of Human Rights, and you understand that human rights were not discussed before 1945, the end of the war, when, Eleanor Roosevelt, and you have this René Cassin and all that drive to recognize human rights. And then you say, well, this Declaration of Human Rights passed in 1948, but South Africa did not sign it until 1998. Why? Because apartheid started in South Africa. So you study the Holocaust, then you study apartheid, and you make the connection. So I think the way it's done is in a clever way, in a constructive way, an interesting historical way. And is there resistance? Of course, there's always resistance. There is resistance to the Apartheid Museum, and there is resistance to Holocaust museums, of course, by some. And you have to work with them. And what is interesting for us is that in the last few years, the courts, the judges are using us for educational restorative justice for offenders that were racist or xenophobic or anti-Semitic. And that is also very, very important, that we get schools doing it. This week, we had a school that asked for our help, and we did that. And you have the courts also using us. So there is some cases of resistance, but we work with it. It's always with invitation and open arms, never defensive, always inviting, and always with the hope that there is a learning there to be taught and learned in the process.
I'm very impressed with that, because in the UK, it doesn't work like that at all. Briefly, in the UK, it is Holocaust education is compulsory for 14 and 15-year-olds, but there's no time specification, there's no curriculum. It could be done for an hour, it could be done much longer. And if a student does not do history, they may never come across it again. So well done to South Africa, and well done to you, Tali. Anybody else want to comment or ask a question? We still have some time. I can't see any Hands up.
Helen, I want to just add an important thing about exactly what you said. You see, South Africa is in the margin of this history. We're not in Poland, we're not in the Netherlands, and the UK can say we are in the margin, but is it, you are less marginalized than us, and even we were part of the Allies. We also fought in the Second World War, and there are connections. So I think it is to find those connections that will take it away from the margin and put it in the center stage. And that is what you need to do. It's easier perhaps in places like Italy or like Germany or like Poland. There are other issues and other, perhaps other challenges. I'm not saying that, but at least this history is not marginalized. It's not on the margin. I just wanted to say that because I think that is important.
I can see Tomasz has got his hand up. So, Tomasz.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Tali, for the presentation. I'm not sure whether there's a question. It's more comment looking into what we have in Krakow, at least from my perspective. I like the title of the topic because it says educational tourism. So it's not just tourism for fun. It's not entertaining, only for entertainment. It's not just for the tourism, it's educational tourism. So it has a special purpose, it has a meaning. And obviously Krakow and its proximity to Auschwitz has this kind of, I think it's at least from my perspective, when I look into thousands and thousands of people popping for a weekend to Krakow and having one day to Auschwitz, I'm afraid that it doesn't mean it is educational tourism. So, for example, I used to have some experience in working with UK students coming to Krakow and offering them some context, obviously visit in Auschwitz, but context about the situation in Poland since ages, and how the Holocaust affected the community, what happened after the 45. And actually that's why I like very much Galicia Museum, because they are using context as well to talk about the Holocaust as well, but about the Jewish community, about the Polish community, about the social life as well. So it has the meaning, the educational meaning, because it provides not only facts, but chosen facts, but also the context that actually are giving you the opportunity to raise conclusions as well. So, so I think this educational tourism is something that we should maybe look into a little bit more and somehow promote as facts without those contexts that are quite often missing. I would even dare to say purposefully missing at some point. Are important in this context. They shouldn't be omitted in preparing touristic discussion, tourism programs, especially in terms of the Jewish heritage and Holocaust. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomasz. And that brings us right spot on time. I'm very impressed. Again, Tali, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being with you, working with you, and I hope to come and visit you again very soon. Thank you all for taking part in this session. We now have a short break, and if you could come back and be ready to start. I think I'm right on the timing. Michael, am I right or wrong?
You're wrong.
Michael and I work together. But I think there aren't any more questions.
Well, let's just say, so Helen, formally we're going to 11 o'clock. And then we have 15 minutes at 11 o'clock. Are you trying to tap? We've got the wonderful opportunity of spending 50 minutes more with Tali. What are you doing?
I also saw it as 1:45, funnily enough. I saw it like Helen, so I really prepared.
No, I'll tell you what it is. This is we'd sort of said questions and comments that would run till 11 o'clock. Obviously, listen, we'll break earlier if there are no comments. But I'm just thinking there is the opportunity for Tali to respond to Tom's remarks if she'd like to.
Of course, always with pleasure. And as I said, any other, if you want just to spend 5 minutes about any like actual questions, I don't know, how do you do this, or you know, how do you decide on that? It will be my pleasure. I just posted our website that you can see, because you have connections to all the other things through the website. I think, Tomasz, your observation is so important, and Kuba and me and Tomek Kuntsevich as well at the Auschwitz Jewish Museum spoke about it a lot, about how do you open that it will not be sort of the dark tourism, you know, that you do a museum in the morning, Auschwitz in the afternoon, and the salt mines, you know, in the evening. How do you create a much deeper engagement, which I think Galicia Jewish Museum certainly do very, very well through the engagement and the temporary exhibitions. So I think these are some of the challenges, and each one of your spaces have different challenges. And it is important to think about the challenges. In other words, I would say, don't say, well, you know, that is what happens. The golf carts have those things, and that is the reality, but actually look at the challenge and then work with the challenge. But it is, I agree with you. These are the challenges that you're facing.
I've got a question as well, because I'm going to deal with that subject as part of my talk as well. From me, and then there's a question from Michael as well. What have you made preparations for when you don't have survivors of the Holocaust? I know you've got Rwandan survivors, but what are your ideas around that? I'm a trustee at the National Holocaust Centre and Museum in England, and we've got plans where we're already have these 360-degree interviews with our survivors. So I'm sure we'd work with you as well.
Yes, and of course, the center is doing such important work, and we love working with them as well. So yeah, the time is coming, and the time is coming quickly. During COVID, we lost 13 of our very small survivor community. South Africa at the highest had maybe 350 survivors. It wasn't a destination for survivors. So we recorded all of them, of course. We recorded them even answering questions, of course. We work with Descendants Group, but I think I'm allowed to say that I don't think that it's secrets, that USC Shoah Foundation chose us as a pilot institute to work with one of the survivors that was also in South Africa for many, many years, Pinchas Guta, and with this question and answer way of interviewing a survivor. And that pilot will start in January or February, and that will be interesting for us. So we will continue with the films. We will continue with everything that we prepared until now. And we've prepared a lot, but we are going to try this. It's a version of eyewitness.
Belongs to our museum. Yeah.
Yes, the DIT they call it. The new direction in testimony. So we are excited about that. But Helen, it's not going to be the same. It's going to be different, but we need to challenge ourselves and do it because we don't have survivors of other events, historical events, and still we teach about the French Revolution in every classroom, in every place, in the world. So that is, or the Roman Empire. So we will need to find ways, and we will.
I can thank you, Tali. There's another question or comment from Emily and Clifford. Would you like to ask your question?
Thank you so much. Yes, so just to say, I'm a volunteer working for a charity called the Jewish History Association of South Wales, and that's a small charity that aims to uncover and preserve and share the heritage of Jewish communities in South Wales. And we're about to embark on a project to do with developing lesson plans for secondary school children to fit with the new Welsh curriculum. And I was wondering, in terms of your work with young people in the centre, did you engage in consultation with teachers and students to develop your education plans? Because obviously there's a temptation to think what will work in theory, but with young people, I imagine they have possibly different views about what connects for them, and how did you go about that, or was it simply based on the curriculum that sounds like it's set more clearly in South Africa?
So it's a great question, and I will suggest multi-level of engagement. So certainly speak to some key teachers that you know who are the wonderful teachers, lively teachers, interested teachers. We had few of those. Maybe ask one of those teachers to do a little group of students that you can engage with. It doesn't have to be huge amount, but maybe one or two of different age groups. And then other existing curriculums, if it is in England or in other countries that work well. So we looked at other materials out there. We adjusted it to our needs. We populated it with our stories. So try to find Welsh survivors, that can tell those stories, and artifacts and so on. And then one key is pilot it. Don't put it out there and don't print a million zillion copies before you pilot it. Because what we did was we piloted it, we changed it a few times, and actually during COVID we changed it again. Our actually thing changed slightly because we could see that other fears, other questions, other things that are coming up about resilience or about other things, and we needed to adjust that too. So that is my advice. That's what we did, and it seems to be working really, really well.
Thank you.
Maybe, I'm sure you already know that the Foundation for Jewish Heritage have bought the synagogue at Merthyr. And I'm sure we can work together with the school children, and I certainly don't mind helping you at all, being a teacher as well. So that's good. I'm looking for more comments, hands up. Oliver. Hello, Oliver, welcome.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, Helen. Just a quick question for Tammy, if that's okay. One thing I've sort of noticed being politically involved in the UK is that a big source of sort of modern anti-Semitism comes from the idea that Israel is an apartheid state, which is the sort of the phrase that is bandied about quite a lot. So I just thought on a personal level, as a South African, how do you feel that there's a lot of people in Europe that do describe Israel as an apartheid state? And obviously, as someone who works in an educational centre, what can sort of South African educators do to sort of dispel that myth, that to sort of separate the two issues, so to speak, and sort of effectively, obviously not just work on educating people about genocides that have been, but of course, changing people's attitude towards the word apartheid, especially. I'd be interested to see what you think.
Yeah, it's a very good and very very important question that is of course again multi-layered kind of answer. There's sadly no magic wand that can sort of give one kind of answer. But I listened to a very interesting talk by I'm trying to think, Sharma, Professor Sharma, that wrote, so much about the history of the Jews and so on. And it is available online. I was part of a conference last month about anti-Semitism and rising anti-Semitism. And Professor Sharma, Simon Sharma, gave a really good, I thought, short kind of look at anti-Semitism, anti-Israel, evolvement of anti-Semitism, and also around issues of mixing between Jews, Israel, So I will recommend, and if I can find it for you as well, and he's so brilliant, and he really gave a very, very good, also historical knowledge about it, which was for me really helpful around not only development of anti-Semitism, anti-Judaism, anti-Semitism, and then Herzl is saying, all right, they're not accepting us in, so let's create a state where we will be safe and then we will be accepted, and then the anti-Semites are turning against the state, and then you are not safe anymore. So what shall we, and he sort of look at it in a very, very good way. The other layer that I wanted to suggest is that there is a need for education around what is genocide, what is crimes against humanity, what is apartheid. There is a need to educate, because people will just throw Holocaust or genocide into anything. There is a attack in Somalia, the Holocaust in Somalia. There is so there is a need to educate. And I'm not sure that it will be a magic wand, because there is a conflict, and there is, we, the historians and the museum and the heritage people, will not resolve the conflict, sadly, but we need to understand what is conflict, what is genocide, what is war, what is crimes against humanity, before we throw all these titles and put everyone in one basket. So these are sort of my advice, and this is how we are dealing with it. And I must say, we are okay. And we answer the questions when they come. We don't hide and say, I'm not talking about it. We talk about it, because people need the education. And they need the information.
Question. Can you say something about marketing and how, this is from Michael, how did you find your international audience for the online activities?
So you do, as I said in the beginning, you need to have your platforms. You have to organize your Zoom if you and you need to know, someone needs to know what to do with it. It needs to be professional. You can't do a program every week when it's not professional. So it needs to be professional. You want to do podcasts, investigate which platform. So get your platform. Instagram. Do you want to be on TikTok? Should you be on TikTok? We are not, but should we? So you need to decide on your platform, first of all, and you need the right people to manage them. And then use those platforms, use your social media, grow your database, have someone to really manage your database, update your database all the time, keep people informed, but not too informed. So we send 3 newsletters a year. It's not too many. I mean, if you're on our database and you come to webinars, you can unsubscribe yourself if you don't want to, but we, of course, send. And we have someone on the team that is doing marketing and someone on the team that doing the social media. And Michael, again, it should not be too expensive. You can do everything in a very, very low cost way. All the virtual tours that we're doing are done on an iPad. We just got a training from iStore, from the Mac people, how to use the iPad to do the virtual tours. And we're doing them. Shouldn't be expensive. You write a script, you practice the script, and you work together as a team to do a virtual tour. Try one, see how it works for your space, and go from there.
Sounds marvelous. So, Tali, thank you so much for giving us your time. I know how busy you are. For your wisdom and for taking us on a marvelous guided tour of the museum, and I can strongly recommend it when COVID's gone, and it will go. The Spanish flu lasted a long time, so let's not be miserable. I'd like you all to join Tali at her museum. So thank you very much. And now, Michael, I will get the timing right. A short break, and we'll come back together at 11:15. nursery and kindergarten.
Oh dear, okay.
Tell me when you want me to start, Michael.
So I think we can start now. It's gone past 11:15. Yeah. So if you wanna kick off. So we know that we don't. So Steve Ellis is not joining us. We've got two speakers. It'll be yourself and then Aaron. But Aaron is stuck in traffic and hopefully will be with us shortly.
I'm going to share my screen. I can skip one. Okay, so it's lovely to be here in a different role now. The way I always present things is as a teacher. That's my raison d'etre. I'm a teacher in all that I do. But I have the privilege of being the chair of this marvelous foundation and working really closely with Michael on a number of things. But what I do is I do educational tourism with the great emphasis on education, as Tomasz said. I'm not involved in day trips. I don't think they work, although one of the organizations that I do work with run regular day trips to Auschwitz. And for those students, it may be the only opportunity for them to learn about the Holocaust. So I'm not at all critical. They are doing what they should be doing for students that can't afford to travel at all. For me, Jewish tourism is problematic because it can mean so many things and is so difficult to define. Multiple reasons for different age groups and so on. Visiting authentic sites presents very interesting issues, and context, as Tomasz says, is vital. Without context, it's a meaningless exercise. You might as well do it as a day trip. So I want to look at particular areas where I work. There. I work in many areas. The ones that I know best are the Netherlands and Poland. And they're very dear to my heart, and I really do enjoy working there. And I never really work alone. And you'll see later on, I work, for example, in Poland with the Galicia Museum, and Jakob Kuba, as we all know him, has helped me on many, many occasions and trips. But I've been working in all these countries for 20 years, maybe longer. So I also work in the UK. The UK has many sites that Jewish groups like to visit. So the one is the National Holocaust Centre and Museum near Nottingham, a marvelous place that was founded by the Smith brothers. You know Stephen Smith from the Shoah Foundation. But there we do a variety of work. We link it to current issues, to current anti-Semitism. We work with Rwanda, with Aegis, and so on. We visit Lincoln, we visit York. There are many, many interesting sites in the UK, as well as sites in London, and the vibrancy, excuse me, of the Jewish population, the Jewish history. But I want to talk about visiting Holocaust sites and museums in Europe. Obviously, I come from a South African UK background, but my groups are always word of mouth. I have 15, 20, up to 30 people on any one visit if they are adults. Students, I've taken larger groups, but then with a lot of help. And before we leave with the adults and the students, we will meet together. This is pre-COVID and post, and will be post-COVID again. And we talk about why do they want to actually go to authentic sites? What does it mean to each of these individuals? And we become comfortable with each other. I then will give them a talk about how to look at Holocaust art. I then will talk about another talk on another occasion is Holocaust photography and what we look at there. And those are two separate talks that we do before we go on a trip. Often on these visits, people don't know each other. There may be mixed age groups, mixed ethnic origin. So it needs very careful preparation. It involves real raw emotion on a variety of levels. So once we go, we talk about all the different reasons why these people want to come with me to visit authentic sites. So they may have an association with the victim. They may want to show respect by commemorating, lighting a candle. Wherever it is, there's historical source, historical evidence, and context. I keep saying context because every country is different. Every site is different. The educational reasons are absolutely vital for me. We look at the diversity of the Holocaust, not only the death camps, but other killing sites. We look at the ghettos and different types of labor camps and so on. Different educational themes emerge at each site. Some of the younger people have said they want to come to authentic sites because it gives shape and form to something they cannot comprehend, and it's almost like seeing it in color. At every site and with every visit, I try to create learning opportunities where the participants are then free to draw their own meanings, unmediated. So I will come out, step back. So when they're at a site, they can understand it at their own level. Been to Hungary and Budapest many times. In every place that I visit in Europe and in England, we'll spend, and none of these trips are less than 3 days. They're either 3 or 4 days, all of them, sometimes 5 or 6. In each of the places, we start by looking and visiting, seeing the vibrancy and the diversity of pre-war Jewish life. It's so exciting. We visit synagogues like the Dahani, of course, which was built in 1854 and 1859. Absolutely extraordinary. It doesn't matter how many times you go, it's awe-inspiring. It also houses the Heroes Temple, a graveyard, which is important to a number of people that I take, the memorial, and the Jewish Museum, which was built on the house where Herzl was born. So we can discuss the history of Herzl and what he did. It borders on the Budapest ghetto. So there's another learning opportunity. We'll wander in the streets of what was the ghetto and actually eat in that area, which brings it alive. We will then visit some of the more well-known memorials, such as the Shoes on the Danube. This was created in 2005 to commemorate 3,500 people, 800 of whom were Jewish, who were shot directly into the Danube during the Arrow Cross terror period. What I like about this memorial is if you look at the shoes, they are all age appropriate, made out of steel, and often you will find a flower or someone's put a pebble there to show that they've been there and they visited. The other photo that you see is one that not many people know about or visit. It's the Karl Lutz Memorial, quite an extraordinary creation, and students love to sit there and sketch it. Karl Lutz was a Swiss vice consul in Budapest from 1942 to the end of the war, and he's credited with saving over 60,000 Jews, possibly the largest rescue operation of Jews during the Second World War. It's a really extraordinary memorial, and there are many other sites that we visit. The Czech Republic, well, you could spend weeks and weeks in each of these places. And again, we look at pre-war Jewish life. The synagogues in Prague are different. Everyone is different, some big, some large, some showing the pride and glory of what was. I particularly like this with the Star of David, the 10 Commandments. So we spend a long time wandering the streets, having a coffee in that area, and learning about what the Jewish communities contributed to the history of the Czech Republic. And of course, we then go to Terezin. I always find this a fascinating place because it's been used for so many different purposes. We know it was a concentration camp about 30 miles from Prague, but originally, and this is what astounds people, it was a holiday resort reserved for the Czech nobility. And then Theresienstadt was created by the Emperor Joseph II of Austria in the late 18th century, and it was named in honor of his mother, Emperor Maria Theresa. Many people are unaware of this. By 1940, Theresian was the Jewish ghetto and a concentration camp, mainly initially for Jews from Czechoslovakia, but then tens of thousands of Jews were deported from Germany, Austria, Netherlands, Denmark. 15,000 children were held there before being sent to smaller camps or Treblinka or Auschwitz. Only 150 of these children survived, one of whom is a very dear friend of mine, Stephen Frank. But what's fascinating about this is that if we have a chance before we go, we look at Nazi propaganda, because I'm sure you're all well aware of the Nazi propaganda film that was produced in Theresian to show the world and the Red Cross how well the Jews were being treated. The museum is of interest. It has many little paintings done by the children. And then there is also a number of photographs like the one you see here, where a group of prisoners were performing the opera Brundibar that was written and produced there. And again, the Nazis loved this, used for propaganda purposes. And you can actually hear the music as well if you are on certain days you're visiting there. The Prague Jewish Cemetery is just amazing. It's massive. It's one of the largest of its kind in Europe and a really important historical Jewish site. If you visit these very big old cemeteries, it tells you an enormous amount about the Jewish community in the area, what they thought about themselves, who they were, what their positions were. So you might find the Kohanim, the priests in one area. You just need to learn to read the symbols on each tombstone. It's an extraordinary place, this, and it was started being used in the 15th century and was used until 1786. Well, with going with somebody who knows how to read these tombstones. I take visits to Lithuania. This really brings pre-war Jewish life alive. You can walk in what was the old Jewish quarter, and you can almost hear what was going on. On every corner, there was a shtibel, a little study room, synagogue, small, upstairs, downstairs, many schools, the hospital, the choral synagogue. It's a wonderful place just to walk through. And once you've really absorbed the beauty and the excitement of what was Jewish life, we then obviously go to some awful sites. We visit Fort 9 outside Vilna. We go to the garage where the massacre took place in Kaunas, and we visit Ponari, one of the big killing sites in the forest. And we look at the different contexts and how this place was seen. 3 different explanations you can see in the picture on the side there, where initially this was used by the Russians in their particular way, not mentioning the Jewish victims, and gradually different historical perspectives. And you can see all the signs outside Ponari. It's an awful place. Then we come to something that's very dear to my heart, Krakow in Poland. But Krakow is one part, Warsaw as well. I do trips to Warsaw, but Zamość, I don't know whether many of you have ever been to Zamość and visited. Firstly, the town is extraordinary. The Jewish history is extraordinary. The synagogue's beautiful. And you can walk around the ghetto and it's very quiet and eerie. So I would recommend that. And there are lots of beautiful towns like this in Poland. In Krakow, I would really recommend that you, if you're going to go there, and you're not coming on one of my tours, which would be unfortunate, you'd be welcome if you wanted to come. It's always worth working with people who are on the ground, like the Galicia Museum. They're absolutely fantastic. One of the first trips I ever took, Kuba, who wasn't then the director, came with me and helped me lead a marvelous shtetl trip. We went all over and we saw the Bubov synagogue, which I hadn't even heard of until my dear friend showed me. We visited a site where there were some tombs with one remaining Jewish man. I don't even remember if you remember this, Kuba, but we met the man whose family were buried there. We went to all sorts of sites with the Galicia Museum. Here you see the Eagle Pharmacy. It's now, you'll know that the man running the Eagle Pharmacy remained in the ghetto to help look after the prisoners of the ghetto. It's now a very interesting, moving museum where, as Tali was saying, you can open drawers, you look up, you look down, there's videos, and you're actually in the actual pharmacy. Fascinating. On the side of the Galicia Museum, you've got this beautiful drawing. What the Galicia Museum does and did for me is, initially, you'll see photographs taken of all the remains all over Poland of, for example, a tombstone used on the pavement. A variety of things. You walk around, one of their guides would explain what these wonderful photographs are. They have temporary exhibitions. You can have a wonderful cup of coffee. They've got an excellent bookshop. And when you come to the Galicia Museum, you learn, you can ask questions, you can hear lectures, you can hear klezmer music there, my favorite, but you can just have a cup of coffee and reflect. And then you can walk to sites like the middle photo there, where you see, for example, where part of the Schindler film was being filmed. And then the synagogues, there are many in Kazimierz. This is the cemetery at the Ramu synagogue, a very famous one. And also they have a memorial wall, really, really beautiful place. So I would recommend you going to Poland and contacting the Galicia Museum. Because my friend Steve is not able to be with us today, he's ill, I thought, because I go to Berlin a great deal with him, we do the sights of Berlin, we do the Kindertransport area from Berlin, we do Wannsee. He's the real expert that I take with me, but he's not here. So I thought I would take you on my own personal Jewish tour. My family were born in Nördlingen, and while my father was alive, I always said, we must go, we must go. Anyway, it never happened. So my husband and I went just before COVID. Nördlingen is one of the most beautiful little walled cities, fantastically preserved in Bavaria. And this is the area that I will be walking down in a moment, here. What was interesting for me was while my husband was having his usual ice cream, I walked down a street, and you will know that most German towns have a street called Judengasse, the Jewish street. And I was wandering down the street, and I suddenly came upon a plaque on the wall showing that my grandfather, his name was on the plaque, was on the first deportation transport out to Piaski, an open ghetto in Poland. He either perished there or in Belzec. He was about 65. So I walked down that street, and then that's the memorial, and behind that memorial is the plaque. I then walked down the street where my family lived and stood outside the house. It's still preserved. They lived downstairs and they had some other people living above them. And we had Stolpersteine. You'll know these are stumbling blocks to the whole family. That's the one for my grandfather. You can see him here and there. That's my father here. And I am named after Helen there, who died at Sobibor. And many of these perished. So I had a wonderful time there. I had a time where I was emotionally involved. I had to prepare myself as I prepared all my other groups. So Zachor is what I go for. I go for memorial, for remembering, but Nördling is worth visiting. It's a lovely city. I'm hoping now that my colleague Aaron has joined us. If not, I'll take questions in my section.
I can tell you, Helen, he is with us.
Oh, good. Right. I'm delighted. Let me go backward. To introduce colleague Aaron Peterer. He's been working at the Anne Frank House in Amsterdam since 2002. Being Austrian, he had the opportunity to do his civil service in the form of a memorial service for 14 months at the Anne Frank House. After completion of his service there, he continued working in the international department of the Anne Frank House, and today he's a project manager in the educational projects department. He conceptualized the Free to Choose, Create and Memory Walk films workshops where students create and debate films on human rights dilemmas and on memorialization. Aaron holds a degree in comparative arts and media studies from the Free University of Amsterdam. And I hope, Aaron, you will tell us more about your Memory Walk program, as well as taking us through your talk in the Netherlands. Aaron, welcome. I'll stop sharing my screen so you can share yours.
Thank you very much, Helen, for your kind introduction, and hello to everybody from Austria. It's a great pleasure to be with you, and I'm delighted and honored to be invited to this panel to contribute and to share some of my experiences in my world of education, especially with one of the workshops that I co-conceptualized, which is called Memory Walk. Helen, I must say what you just showed me, and I came on a little bit later, you showed me the stumbling stone, and you put the picture there, you know, and I never saw it like that. So I just came in, I thought this was very moving, and I think this is very special. So thank you very much for sharing this with us. Stumbling stones will also come back in my presentation a little bit later. I'd also like to say hello to Tali, who's a dear friend of mine from South Africa, and we've been working a lot together since 2008 in South Africa, and have been meeting each other on various online platforms since the start of the Corona pandemic. So a big hello to everybody. Now, I actually, as you said, I started working for the Anne Frank House in 2002 as a replacement service for my Austrian civil service. And I've always stayed with the educational projects department. It used to be the international department, but now basically I take the educational products and projects that we have into my project countries. And I'd like to start with a little video, and I hope that it plays because I just see things are unknown. Let's see.
Are you sure?
Aaron,
Yes,
have
I
you
would
been
like
able
to share.
share the screen? Yeah. Have you been able to share the screen?
Nope.
Okay.
That is very unfortunate.
Tom, we'll see if we can look at that.
We've got to share the screen.
So Is it not letting you?
No.
Just wondering, Tom, do you have a view on that?
Yep, we're working on it. Just 1 minute.
Okay, we'll just wait a moment, Aaron. We'll see.
Give you a few minutes to recover from taking your children.
That's right. No.
Why don't you suggest that Erin comes out and comes back in? Perhaps that will help.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting to hear from Tom. Because he could come back, I suppose. Maybe Aaron could continue without it, and we'll come back to Tom. What's the story?
Aaron just disappeared. We're waiting for him to reconnect. So just,
okay.
Probably that's the problem. He will join us in a second.
So it could be. Yeah.
If he doesn't come back within the minute, oh, maybe he's here. Just a second.
Email him again.
Yep.
Is that him? Oh yes, here he is.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Erin, are you back with us? You are muted. Ah, right. Ah, okay. Okay. Erin, have you unmuted yourself?
Now, am I back?
Yeah.
Yes, you're now back.
Yes.
Yep.
My apologies. I would like to just start where I left. I would like to show you a little bit of my work that I did before the pandemic, just to give an idea, which was mainly with one of our traveling exhibitions, Anne Frank, A History for Today. Now, this right here is the exhibition set up in a school in Oakland in California. And I was the trainer of those middle school students. I taught them to be peer guides for the traveling Anne Frank exhibition in their school. And as you can see here, the students take real ownership of the exhibition. They set up the exhibition in their library. As you can see, these images are really made or set in the exhibition to suit the needs of the student. There's not that much text. In this workshop, the students learn a lot about Anne Frank, about the time that she lived in. And of course, they also learn how to interact with a group that comes and visits the exhibition. They learn how to discuss the topics of the exhibition with their peers. And this is really actually the heart of our educational work. So it is peer education with students all over the world. And this is also what my film workshop Memory Walk is actually based on, which we will have a look at a little bit later. With this exhibition, We also traveled to South Africa, for instance, and I'm happy that I can say that Tali and the Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Center were partners with the Anne Frank House when we brought the exhibition to Johannesburg, Durban, and later on to Cape Town. Now, let's start the presentation. If everything is all right, then you can actually see my PowerPoint. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And now I need to play it.
That is, little icon at the very bottom there will get you there.
Yeah, it's
that one.
Let me see. There we go. There we go. I'm so sorry. This is a different computer. I usually don't work on this computer. Mine is broke, but now we should be there. So memory walk. If I take this picture of Anne Frank and the quote, how wonderful it is that nobody needs to wait a single moment before beginning to improve the world. And this is actually, for me, one of the most important quotes from Anne Frank's diary, because this is really what our work with students, with peer guides, with students who take part in our workshop is actually all about. The peer guide that you saw in the video before, her name was Kayla, and she was didn't really feel comfortable in group settings, didn't really feel comfortable with presenting, but this workshop gave her a real boost. She learned so much about Anne Frank, about the time she lived in, and of course, what is very important, about why it is still so important to talk about Anne Frank and the time that she lived in. Now, Anne Frank went into hiding in June of 1942 together with 7 other people. She was hiding in the back house, basically, of her father's company, Opekta. And unfortunately, in August of 1944, Anne Frank and her family were betrayed, arrested, and deported. And only her father, as only member of her immediate family, survived the concentration camps. Her sister, her mother, both perished in the concentration camps. And when Otto Frank returned to Amsterdam, he actually received the diary from one of the helpers, Mipries, who kept the diaries of Anne Frank and gave them to Otto Frank. And it took him some time to read it, but then he finally decided to publish the diary. The diary was published in 1947. And translated into more than 70 languages, and up today it has been printed more than 35 million times worldwide. Now, when I talk about the Anne Frank House, I talk about the museum, but also the actual foundation. So from the publishing in 1947, it took 10 years to establish the foundation. The foundation was actually established to keep the house from deteriorating. It was supposed to be knocked down initially, but it was saved. And in 1960, finally, the museum opened its doors to visitors. Until that time, people from all over the world who read Anne Frank's diary came to the offices and said, hey, I read Anne Frank's diary. Is it possible to see the actual hiding place? And those people were shown the actual hiding place. In 1960, the museum opened officially. And in 2019, so the last full year before the pandemic, we welcomed 1.3 million visitors. Now, what are the aims of the Anne Frank House? Of course, to keep the hiding place of Anne Frank and her family and the other people in hiding open to the public and to preserve it, which is very, very difficult in the Corona pandemic, because also our museum had to close. We came up with another tool, which is also an educational tool, which is a VR guided tour through the secret annex. And I'll show you a little bit about the VR guided tour after the memory walk presentation. Otto Frank started working with students from all over the world at a very early stage, and this is still really important for us, that we work with many students and teachers who do not come to the museum, but that we do reach out to them worldwide, that we take the story of Anne Frank and of her family and explain to students and teachers how it started, how did discrimination start, how did exclusion continue. It went to persecution of the Jews that finally ended in the Holocaust. To take that story from Anne Frank and her family as a starting point. And finally, to reflect about what is the relevance of her story. So we want students and teachers to reflect on the importance of freedom, equal rights, and democracy. We want them to fight prejudice and discrimination in all its forms all over the world. This here is an image taken in 1949, an aerial shot of Westermarkt. So basically in the front of this image, you see the Westerkerk, the church tower, and the highlighted building between the two canals. That's actually the house that we refer to as Anne Frank House, the Prinsengracht number 263. And the foundation, which is not only the museum and the actual hiding place, is actually, this is a modern picture. You see over here, it's the green doors, Prinsengracht number 263, and the buildings of the foundation stretches around the corner where different departments have basically their location. This is what makes the foundation today. Now, and how do we reach our audiences? Well, of course, through the museum. People from all over the world come and visit the Anne Frank House, but then, of course, through printed materials for students and teachers that we produce in the Anne Frank House, that are produced in the educational department, that are then distributed to our project partners, to our projects all over the world. And of course, now we use more and more digital learning tools. We use websites, our website where we put our educational materials on. And finally, this is where I'm really active in. This is our international outreach. I already talked a little bit about the exhibition, where we train peer guides to become, where we train students to become peer guides for the Anne Frank exhibition. But then there are numerous other ways in which we involve our young learners. Memory walk. Now, what is memory walk? We, together with students in workshops, create films that examine objects, locations, monuments, and memorials. And we look at the multiple ways in which those objects, memorials, locations can be looked at. So basically what we do in Memory Walk, we take a critical look at monuments, at places of remembrance. And together with students, we find out, why are these places still relevant today? What are they being used for? Who comes and visits them? So it's a critical reflection on monuments and on commemoration. Our workshop actually is structured like, it's a film workshop, so it's structured like a film production. And we have 3 phases of this film production. We have our pre-production, which is basically students, the participants get to know the topics of the workshop. They get to know about monuments and memorialization. Why do we have monuments? Which kind of monuments do actually exist? And what do they have to do with me? Then we take them on a walking tour to discover a city's landscape, which means in Amsterdam, for instance, we would have a look at the different monuments that show histories of persecution, of discrimination, of exclusion, right? And we have a look at different monuments that give you a good representation of the memorial landscape of the city. So in Amsterdam, there are lots of memorials that kind of like commemorate the victims of the Holocaust, but there are also monuments that, for instance, commemorate the victims of the Dutch slave trade and slavery, right? And then there are also monuments that are controversial. For instance, monuments that commemorate heroes of from Dutch history, for instance, generals in Indonesia, who we know now slaughtered the indigenous people. Those monuments obviously have gone through transformation, and we also have a look at this transformation. On the second and third day, students actually start the production part. So once they found out about their monument, about their object in the film, they learn how to capture this monument on film, meaning they learn interviewing techniques for passers-by who visit the monuments, for residents. They learn how to work with our tripods, with cameras, with microphones. So they really get a hand-on experience of what does it mean to go outside and to take interviews at those locations. And then they also film at these locations. And then on day 4 and 5, so ideally this workshop is 5 days, the participants edit their research results together with their new findings, their interviews, their shots of the monument or the place of memory to make a film. And this film then is the basis for a discussion about monuments and memory and the relevance of those monuments. And this workshop is all about critical reflection and about multi-perspectivity. So what are these questions that we discuss in those films? And what are these questions that we want students, our participants, to reflect on when they visit those monuments? What is the message of the monument? Why is the monument located at this particular spot? Is it a mere symbolic location, or is it a location where something actually took place? Why is it designed that way? So what can we say about design? Who financed the monument? Also very important. Who are the people we commemorate? Do we forget somebody, for instance? And how can we best remember the past? These are just the questions that students try to answer on their tour of the monuments when they reflect. What is also really important, who actually remembers? Can we tell that, by looking at those monuments? Veterans and soldiers, victims and survivors, artists themselves or activists, and all of them are in some way connected to a government, to a local government, to a regional government. So there's always somebody who has his or her say in how this monument or place of memory should actually be realized. Who do we commemorate with those monuments? Of course, there are different groups that are commemorated, but those groups and objects, subjects, and people also change over time. So for instance, up until the early 20th century, monuments were mainly dedicated to wartime generals and heroes. And after the First World War, we can see in the memorial landscape of Europe that there are more and more monuments dedicated to individuals, still having more to do with soldiers. And after the Second World War, monuments have been brought down to a more individual mode of commemoration, focusing more on the victims of persecution, of war, of exclusion, rescues and helpers, places and objects, so places where certain things happened, crimes committed by the enemy, and crimes committed by one's own army. And I have a few pictures where I would like to explain this a little bit more. And what about gender differences? So are there more men who are being commemorated in general? What is the situation nowadays if we have a look at the memorial landscape of a city? Very important when we discuss and analyze our monument for this film, what will the message be? Keeping the memory alive, so actually to remember that something happened and to acknowledge that something has happened. Wartime suffering of victims, so very often there is no place for survivors, for family members to go and mourn, but those monuments can serve as a place to honor those victims and to mourn for those victims. Guilt of perpetrators, so a monument that provokes, that blames, that points the finger at certain perpetrators of certain atrocities. Selective remembering and forgetting. Now that we, for instance, highlight some parts of history while we do not, or while we deny other parts of history that do not resonate well within the community. This is also something what really happens. And then never again, and this is really a message that we have a lot in our field of work, and this is a message that comes back in education. Why do we still deal with the story of Anne Frank so many years after she was murdered? Where will we commemorate and what will it look like? Now, on the top left corner, I have the stumbling stones, and Helen, you already showed us some stumbling stones, but these ones are from Amsterdam, dedicated to the family Frank, in front of their home in Merwedeplain. So this was their last chosen residence before they had to go into hiding. And on the top right corner, you see the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin. So two very, very different monuments. While one monument is really located at the last chosen residence of the Frank family, the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin, we know that there was no camp actually at this site, right? But this is a very symbolic place because it's just next to the Reichstag. So this is a very, very symbolic place, which is, let's say, at the heart of German democracy. The design is also very important when we have a look at those monuments. On the left-hand side, on the bottom, the dock worker, which goes back to the dock workers striking and upraising against Jews being deported in Amsterdam. So you see this dock worker, you stand in front of him, you can see that, you know, he's in action, you know, he's ready for a fight, basically. On the right-hand side, we have the Martin Luther King Memorial in New Orleans. This one here is actually called The Egg. And it's on Martin Luther King Boulevard. So when our young participants of that workshop saw this monument, it was kind of like too symbolic for them to really understand what this monument was all about. But this is also a deliberate choice, you know, how the artist kind of like realizes the monument. I'm going to take you through a few more pictures of monuments that we visited with our participants in the Memory Walk Film Workshop. I don't know if anybody has ever visited Sarajevo, but this is one of the about 200 Sarajevo roses. And what the Sarajevo roses are, basically during the siege of Sarajevo in the early 1990s, the city was shelled, and those grenades struck the city indifferently. So on many different places. It struck markets, but it also struck basically this main square in the city. So this decentralized monument of the Sarajevo Roses basically is colored clay that fills the craters of those grenades. This is what your monument is about in Sarajevo. Then if you travel half an hour southeast to the city of Pale, what you see is a memorial dedicated to soldiers. Now, these were soldiers that were actually involved in the siege of Sarajevo, meaning that we have two monuments dealing with the same events in history. The special part of the special thing about this workshop was that we had students from all three parts of the country whose parents might never talk to each other again, but those students look forward to a future together, right? And they were able to discuss these histories in our workshop. One more memorial in Sarajevo, the canned beef memorial. So this would be one provocative monument, basically pointing the finger at the European community. So during the siege of Sarajevo, there was a famine, basically, and the European community sent in food parcels. They airdropped food parcels to Sarajevo, and they airdropped canned beef, and that beef was of such bad quality that people from Sarajevo say not even dogs wanted to eat it. It was outdated. It was actually meant for food rations in the Vietnam War. So today you will find the canned beef monument in Sarajevo. This year, the monument to the immigrants in New Orleans, Louisiana. This monument is on the banks of the Mississippi River, and it basically shows Lady Liberty and a stylized, Italian family coming to the United States, immigrating to the United States. And this monument was created in the mid-1990s. And the discussion in our workshop was, and this workshop took place in 2018, would the same monument be erected today in this political situation? So this was after Donald Trump was elected president. This was when being a migrant was seen as very negative, also in Austria. So this was a very important discussion that we had in this workshop. The monument didn't change, but the context changed, basically. Berlin, the missing house, symbolically a very strong monument. On the one hand, you have a house that is not there, and this void basically represents the void that was left by the Jews who were deported, who used to live in that, who once lived in that house. So in my opinion, very well done. What we noticed when we did the workshop is that people just passed by. People who visited the street that has lots of other memorials actually didn't find the monument, right? So this was also something that we took into consideration in our film. The Homo Monument in Amsterdam, symbolically, it consists of 3 triangles within a large triangle, and this triangle was initially pink marble, imported from Portugal, if I'm not mistaken. So it actually represented the sign that homosexuals, inmates of concentration camps had to wear. And this photo was actually taken from the other side of the Keizersgracht, from the offices of Amnesty International. When you stand on the monument, some people recognize it as a monument, other people don't recognize it as a monument, but this was the time when people were still queuing to go into to get into the Anne Frank house, and the monument is actually located just a stone's throw away from the Anne Frank house. So symbolically, I think a very good monument that was created there to commemorate homosexual victims, but also to make people aware of the fact that homosexuals are still being persecuted all over the world, basically. A few more pictures from India. This is in the Bihar province, where we found the largest Gandhi statue. And as you can see in India, when we do our film workshops, we had quite a big audience right from the start, which made our filming a little bit more interesting. Let's call it more interesting. So Gandhi, of course, a national hero, one of the fathers of the nation. So why was that critical? Why did we analyze this memorial critical? Well, our students said, look, the way Gandhi treated women, his attitude towards women, you know, this is what we need to reflect on. This is what we need to criticize. And also Bihar, one of the poorest states of India. So why would the government spend so much money to erect a monument like this, where you have children, grown-ups, you know, in this alcohol pandemic that they had in Bihar, basically all over the city, that lead poor lives. So this was one point of discussion in our film workshop. And finally, something that is, I will call it very Austrian, a place of memory that we would call very controversial, a street name. Yeah, and it's, what is the controversial part? This street is called after Ottokar Kernstock. And Ottokar Kernstock, he inspired Nazis in Austria and in Germany with his poetry, with his lyrics. So when Nazis marched in Austria, they were singing Ottokar Kernstock's songs, basically, and lyrics. And there were petitions to get rid of the name, get rid of this street that is called after him. And as you can see, there's also signs of people of Graz not being all that happy with Ottokar Kernstock being the name giver of this alley. So you often find graffiti on the street signs, you often find graffiti on the walls. And in the mid-1980s, actually, the band Nirvana had a small concert in one of those bars in this alley. So now once a year, it's unofficially called the Kurt Cobain alley to give this positive connotation. But still it is called Ottokar Kernstock Gasse, and we still have this issue in Austria that lots and lots of, you know, former SS members, generals, still are name givers of our streets in our cities. All right, this was my presentation about the actual memory walk, and now I would like to show you one film clip that was created in Amsterdam by students from Penn State University, and I hope that it works. And then I'm here for questions. I need to optimize the audio. There we go.
What used to be known as the Jewish Quarter in Amsterdam remains a place where what happened during World War II is never forgotten. The Spiegel Mirror Monument is one sacred reminder that we must never forget what happened in Auschwitz. Between February 1941 and September 1944, more than 107,000 Jews were deported from the Netherlands, 60,000 of whom were sent to Auschwitz-Birkenau, a work and death camp. From autumn of 1944 until liberation, death marches from Auschwitz sent detainees to the west. When the Soviet army entered the camp on January 27, 1945, all they found left behind were thousands of sick or emaciated detainees and mounds of the dead. 1 out of every 6 deaths during the Holocaust were accounted for from Auschwitz. The Spiegel Monument of Mirrors portrays how Auschwitz has become an international symbol of the attempt to destroy the Jewish people, and will always be remembered by the inscription, Nooit meer Auschwitz, never again Auschwitz. The Spiegel was designed in 1977 by the writer and visual artist Jan Wolkers. It had been originally placed on the Eastern Cemetery. However, in 1993, it was expressed that a more permanent one needed to be created.
But it belongs here. This park, it's called the Wertheim Park, is named after an important Amsterdam Jewish family who spent lots and lots of money to better the living, etc. of the Amsterdam poor.
So it's here, it's for everybody, it's free, it's common ground. Anyone can come in here, no matter how rich, no matter how poor, whoever you are, and reflect.
The monument consists of 6 broken glass panels, symbolizing the 6 million victims of the Holocaust, inspiring viewers to reflect on what had happened. There is also an urn buried beneath the glass panels given to the Dutch from Poland that belonged to those who passed.
He didn't know where to go to, really, so he looked up at the sky and tried to understand how this beautiful blue sky could bear witness to something so hideous.
Yeah, I've seen it many times now, and everything. I look in the mirrors. I don't know, it's you feel a little bit, yeah, that's broken. I think it does something to you when you look at it, yes.
Jan Wolkers' piece brings an everyday person to have a personal connection with the horrors that occurred in Auschwitz. The legacy of all those who died lives on in Amsterdam through the stories that people share.
I'm Jewish myself. My parents are Holocaust survivors, and I was born in 1950. That's only 5 years after the end of the Second World War, after the Holocaust. So everything is filled with tragedy, memories.
We're Jewish and we wanted to see the Jewish Quarter. And so this was one of the sites to see, to honor, you know, obviously the history and to respect it and so forth. So I kind of like, in every city, I kind of look for Jewish things, even though I'm not very religious, but it's just like a connection.
The monument is found deep in the park with many day-to-day visitors. Visitors put stones on the inscription, which is a Jewish tradition to keep the soul down to rest at peace. The events of the Holocaust must be studied and remembered today to keep similar events from occurring in the future. Monuments like the Spiegel remind us of our past so that the cracks in our glass cease to continue to grow.
How on earth do you describe something as horrible, hideous, and vile as this? But it's part of the human condition, it is part of us. We must never ever forget that we're just that far away.
All right. And finally, one more thing I would like to share with you.
I don't wear comfortable shoes. I refuse to wear comfortable shoes.
And this is basically a new project that, well, one of my colleagues at the Anne Frank House, dear colleagues, Dienke Handius, actually, she started the Mapping Hiding Places project. And, you know, research shows that in the Netherlands itself, more than 28,000 Jews were actually in hiding. We're getting better numbers as the research progresses. But what I have here is a 360 degrees image of the entrance of a house that used to basically, have a family living there who were hiding Jews in that house. And if we walk into that house, we can see that right now it's under construction, but the actual hiding place was in this part of the wall up here. And we can actually walk into the hiding place, which was under that hatch. And the special thing here is that the owners of the house, they never changed the actual hiding place. So they left everything the way it was. Staircase. So this was the actual staircase from the inside. Now this is an ongoing project, and as we cannot do face-to-face projects right now with students, this is one of the ways that we try to engage them online, to take them to places of remembrance. Zoom, for instance, or Microsoft Teams in the online world. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
I didn't follow the chat, but I assume there are questions.
Thank you very much, Aaron. It's an absolute pleasure to see all the variety of your work with students as an educationalist. It's very nice to meet you as well, face to face. It's interesting because students across the world want to look at memorials and museums and statues and so on. But Suzanne has an interesting point. For Jewish heritage, we have to widen the perspective from persecution and the Shoah towards religious, cultural, musical, and artistic Jewish heritage. And I think in a lot of things that the Anne Frank House does, and possibly you, and that I certainly do, is we focus on the vibrancy of Jewish life and heritage. And there are a lot of Jewish festivals that are run where you have klezmer. I know in Krakow there's a fantastic one. What about the Netherlands? What about Austria? Do they celebrate the vibrancy of what was or what is Jewish culture?
Yes, definitely, you know, and this is also, you know, very special. For instance, if I take the Netherlands and Amsterdam, if I look at the Jewish Museum in Amsterdam, you know, it's very important to say, you know, Jewish history, heritage, culture, it's not only, you know, Holocaust. When we, this is very important, you know, that our life is so very much influenced and, you know, by culture, created by culture. So let's celebrate life as well, you know, and this is really, really important. I think, well, this is also what is, you know, what the, festivals are all about, what museums should do, and what they are doing actually. Yeah.
And also the other comment that Suzanne's right, and actually Yad Vashem do very well, is what happened afterwards. So for example, in England, we've got some survivors who then became Olympic wrestlers and what they contributed after the tragedy to the various communities. Does that feature in your work? I mean, I'm interested particularly in Austria as well.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, you know, in my field of work, it is more that we focus on what are contemporary forms of anti-Semitism. right? This is really what is important for us in our field of work. So why is it important to study what has happened to Anne Frank and to her family in that time, and what are the consequences for today? What are the patterns of discrimination that we can discover, that we can analyze, and also what are the differences, right? So what are current forms of anti-Semitism, which, you know, in the last 20 years that I've been doing this work have changed enormously, but are still very, very, you know, important to address, especially in education.
Yeah. I can't see if there are other, I'll just put it on gallery view, then you can put your hand up or wave at me to ask any questions for Aaron. Let's see me. Aaron, perhaps talk a little bit, if you can, about the Esnoga synagogue in Amsterdam and the contrast between that, you know, what they do there now and their concerts and so on, so that brings alive what the Jewish culture was then and how we are benefiting from it today.
Yeah, well, I must say, you know, I'm not too familiar with what is happening today because I also don't live in Amsterdam, you know. So I'm not really taking part in the cultural life of Amsterdam today. Let's put it like that.
Well, I can certainly help with that. My daughter lives there, and I take groups there a great deal. The Esnoga synagogue is the biggest synagogue. And it's the one that West London Synagogue in England was, yeah. But in the Esnoga, it's a Portuguese synagogue. It's massive, and it shows that what the Portuguese Jews contributed to Jewish life. I mean, you walk in the streets of Amsterdam near the Rembrandt House, and every house along the road was a Jewish house. Now, you've got vibrant synagogues again in the Netherlands. You've got, and all the various kinds of Jewish synagogues, from Reform to Orthodox to very Orthodox. But in their Esnoga synagogue, which is massive, they have classical concerts. They have Jewish artists performing now. So you can then see what the terrible loss, because the Netherlands was affected pro rata more than any other country, but what the Jews are contributing to today and the link with the past. So I don't know if anybody else wants to comment or add to that. Michael.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking, first of all, I found that the memory walk fascinating, and you know, there's initiatives in London where they're looking at, you know, hidden histories, and there's various projects going on. Of course, this has partly come out of the whole Black Lives Matter and some of the issues around slavery and colonialism, etc., which are obviously a very big issue in the UK. And as you say, you know, asking all the questions that your project raises regarding these: who is commemorated, who are they, what was the context, right? Are they heroes or villains? Are they, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But I'll tell you what I was thinking about, and I know you'll be very sensitive to this, but something that's come up with Anne Frank and the Anne Frank House, et cetera, which is, you know, the particular and the universal. And, you know, the balance of you know, recognizing that the Anne Frank story is, you know, it's a story of a young Jewish woman caught up in horrendous events because she was Jewish, etc., etc. Whereas obviously one senses that there's universalizing going on regarding the Anne Frank story, and that's of course important because part of what you're doing recognizes the impact, the universal impact of this story, to talk generally about intolerance, prejudice, lack of respect, othering, etc., etc. So I can appreciate where you're coming from, but is it a tricky balance to make sure that the the particular story of Anne Frank and the Holocaust is not forgotten while you universalize its message?
Well, you know, the tricky part is, how do you talk to kids, you know, about that topic? You know, how can you make it relatable for them? And this is where, you know, peer education is so strong, and they also see Anne as a peer. You know, the things that Anne writes in her diary are so very normal, also for kids today. So when Anne writes into her diary Kitty, when she describes her classmates, you know, it's not very polite. It's not a very polite thing to do. But then again, hey, this was her best friend, Kitty. This is just how you talk to each other. She had a better relationship to her dad, and not a good relationship to her mother. Well, some of us can also relate to that. She put up posters in her room when she was 13 of movie stars and film stars, but she put up art posters on top of those posters when she was 14, because she had other interests, right? So this is where we say that, you know, young kids can really relate to Anne, but this is a starting point. Yeah? And we try to pick them up there. Why is this important for me? Anne Frank was a young girl in hiding, but she had a voice. And now we work with young people who face discrimination, who face intolerance, and they also say, hey, I also have a voice, right? So, but this stays the tricky part in the educational work that we do.
I think Anto has, I can see your hand up.
I just wanted to, if I got it right, to say something about what you asked. The Padua Heritage Museum is set in the synagogue, in the Ashkenazi synagogue, which was burnt down by the Italian fascists during the war, well, actually in 1943. So you asked whether something was being done in the synagogue in Amsterdam. Apart from being a museum, we have lots of children coming, and schools, and also we have concerts, synagogal music concert in the museum. Well, call it ex synagogue, whatever, just to let you know that we're doing something to make it live. The museum has very short life. It's 6 years old, so very, very few years ago.
Well done. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Other comments or views? Michael?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just follow. We have got time. Just now, could you say something about, I don't know what you think, obviously the Anne Frank House is a phenomenon as a visitor destination in Amsterdam. You know, one is always struck by the huge queues, and I understand that if you want to go there, you have to book months in advance. Is that right? That is obviously it's a small space.
Yes, well, technically, yes. I mean, we now have an online booking system. There used to be a queue that stretched around the Westerkerk. Yes. And there was a documentary made about that queue. It was called In the Line for Anne Frank. So yes, this is, and now you're right, you have to book well in advance to get the time slot, your preferred time slot, basically.
Yeah. And what numbers do you get? What were the numbers you get going? Is it like, what's its ranking in terms of Amsterdam tourist destinations?
It's number 2 after the Van Gogh. Oh. But it's 1.3 million in 2019.
You know what's of interest there as well, Aaron and Michael. So in terms of Jewish tourism, they'll come to Amsterdam with dual purposes. One, they might want to look at what happened to the Jews, and they might want to go to the Schouwburg Theatre, which was a deportation holding site and a theatre. But they might then also say, well, the second and equal of importance is to go to the Van Gogh Museum, the Rijksmuseum. So, as I said earlier, Jewish tourism is a complex thing. It looks at, every time most of us go on a holiday, we want to go to the Jewish quarter. If we're Jewish, we visit what was and we see what is. Mm-hmm. So Amsterdam's a perfect example of seeing the past, the tragedy, but also the vibrancy of what's there today.
Well, with the Anne Frank house, I mean, if you take the tram from Central Station or, towards the Anne Frank house, it is announced like any other destination. Westermarkt, Anne Frank Huis, just like the Van Gogh, just like the Rijksmuseum. So on the one hand, it is this typical museum that every Amsterdam visitor wants to see. But on the other hand, it is this place of remembrance where actually something, happened. And you get the same thing in the museum. When I still lived in Amsterdam, and I took people through the museum, our VIP guests from all over the world, because we never offered guided tours through the museum, because it was also a place of remembrance, where people come to reflect, to have the moment of silence, right? So a tour would actually interfere with having that moment of silence. I saw kids running around and their parents telling the kids off, and the kids said, well, we thought we're in a museum. We thought we'll get to see things. And they were disappointed that the hiding place was empty, basically, right? So it's very important to say, yes, it is a museum, but it has this double function of a place of remembrance as well. And I think if you come and visit the Anne Frank house, you are fully aware of that. While at the same time, it is one of the most one of the tourist destinations and things to do in Amsterdam when you visit.
Helen, how do you do on your tours, Helen? How do you balance that question of the past and the present? And when you go to a place like Germany, for example, where places where there is an existing Jewish community. I mean, are you visiting a lost worlds? Is it all about Holocaust focused? Or I mean, are you able to get that balance between talking about the Jewish life beforehand and making the vibrancy of Jewish life? And do you talk about the Jewish life today?
Yes. Well,
I'm thinking about Helen. I was wondering about Helen with her trips.
Yeah, well, for example, if I do Berlin, we do the same thing. We meet beforehand. I'll do an introductory talk. We look at how you study photography, because every single museum you ever go to have got photographs. And it's really, really important that people visit and understand who took the photographs. We look at art. And if I've got somebody that's good at Jewish music, then we'll do that. When we get to Berlin, we obviously will look at the Holocaust, but we'll build up the historical context of, how the Nazis came to power and all of that. But also we'll always, if it's on a Friday, we'll go to a synagogue and be part of the Jewish community that's there. And we do that in most of the trips I go to. In Hungary, we will do it. In the Czech Republic, in Prague, certainly in Amsterdam, we join with the Jewish community. And in Berlin, always past, what was, what happened, and what is the present now. Anybody else? No? Well, Erin, thank you so much. I look forward to working with you a lot closer in the future. It's been an absolute pleasure, and your work is outstanding. It is early, and Michael, I know it's early. We need to come back to start our afternoon at 1:45 with our keynote speaker, David Paltrow. So you can can have a slightly longer lunch, stretch your legs, and do what you have to do. And I look forward to seeing you back this afternoon.
That 1:45 is UK time, by the way. Just
UK time. I can't do all your time.
You have to be more sensitive to people in other countries, you know.
You know, some people are spatially and timely challenged. See you all UK time, 1:45.
Great. Okay, enjoy your lunch. And for that, very kindly, David is going to chair the session. He's got a lot on. He's got an exhibition that's opening tomorrow that he's been dealing with. So we're very grateful to David for being with us today and for taking this next session. I don't know what that was. Anyway, so David is now going to chair this next session where we're going to be meeting with Michaela, and we're all very excited to travel to Venice for this next session. So David, over to you. So if you unmute yourself, David.
David.
David, can you unmute?
Now, yes, now take me 1 second. Now, you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we hear you well.
And you see me now, you see me twice, but it's okay. So, good afternoon to everyone. I'm very happy that I managed to be with you. It was not very easy to me, but I'm really happy because I surely wanted to participate in this session and in this seminar from London, although Michael Mail is cheating you and he's trying to show that he is in Italy, but he is in London. So yes, I know him. I am in Innsbruck in the Ferdinandeum Museum. So it's quite funny that we are everywhere and we are not in the right places, but this is part of our new life. In the upper level, maybe afterwards I will go up to show you, there is the exhibition of the Casale Monferrato collection of the Chanukiot that was done together with the Archbishop of Innsbruck. That I met him yesterday, I will meet him tomorrow. So it's really very interesting. Our world became really a small place. So back to us. Michaela is responsible to the Jewish Museum of Venice that everyone knows. There's a very particular place because you have the synagogues and you have, it's a city that invented also the phenomenon of the ghetto. So we know it directly, indirectly, culturally. I'm in Innsbruck, part of the community of Venice, is escaped in medieval from Austria and Germany, from the south of Germany. So there is another Jewish connection. She's working in a very important, huge cooperative, cultural cooperative, Coop Cultura. She is heading the Jewish Museum's activities. They are, and she will tell us about the cooperative, but on their activity. But it's very interesting situation because it's an organization that is handling several museums, that not only Jewish ones, but they have the Jewish section, let's say the Jewish section. They have a very vivid educational programs. They have to deal with a lot of tourists in a city that has a huge quantity of tourists. So it's very interesting how to try and to interest not only Jewish public, but to be part of the local culture, the offers of the local cultures. How they are fixed in this, how they are part of the city, and how they are, in the same time, part of a kind of a connection between all the Jewish life in Italy, because they are in different cities, so they can tell us how the system of the museums, how it works. I think that this is a very big experience that can teach us a lot. So I asked Michela to tell about the cooperative before speaking about their activity. So please, Michela, the chair is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, David. And I would like to say thank you to Michael Mail. And I would like to say thank you to my colleague Paula, who helped me with the translation, and she also helped me afterward because my English is terrible, and I apologize, but I don't speak English very well.
You are not apologizing because it's really insane that in Italy so many people doesn't speak English. So you are not apologizing.
Can I share the video?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Bene. The cultural strategy activities of culture and the Venice experience in particular. I'm introduce me. My name is Michela Zanon, and I've been working in the museum sector of culture for 30 years with a specialization in Jewish heritage. I'm in charge of services and facilities to the public of the Jewish Museum in Venice, and until 2020 in the Jewish Museum in Padua. And I'm also in charge now of the ticket office, education activities, and the museum attendance services in Mays. I work also for other museum, but no Jewish museum. What is Coop Culture? Coop Culture is a cooperative company working in Italian cultural heritage and activities. This means that we are clearly an enterprise, being neither for profit nor a voluntary association. Our contribution to the sector of art and culture cannot be limited to economic funding, but become measured in terms of the sector sustainability. Our very important aim is to try to integrate cultural heritage with local economy, culture, and tourism. In this picture, can you see Villa Bassi Ratcliffe in Abano Terme, near Padua? Is a civic museum. I'm the director in this museum, but it's not a Jewish museum. Coop Culture is one of the largest cooperatives operating in the cultural heritage sector in Italy. For about 30 years, it has been designed and managing services for cultural heritage, widespread heritage, and local networks. Coop Culture offers customer services and communication activities for visitor, booking, pre-sale, and ticketing system, multimedia support for teaching, digital platform for the promotion of local realities for the culture and tourist point of view. We work in more than 165 places. For example, in Veneto, in Venice, Palazzo Ducale and the other Venetian Civic Museum, the Jewish Museum of Venice, the Botanical Garden of Padua, very ancient, interesting botanical garden, Villa Bassi Ratcliffe in Abano, that you can see the picture before, Civic Museum Treviso. In Emilia-Romagna, the Maze of Ferrara, the Maze is the Museum of Judaism, Italian Museum of Judaism and Shoah. In Tuscany now, the synagogues and the Jewish cemetery of Pisa, but until 2020, also in Florence and Siena. In Piedmont, I work for La Venaria Reale, for the Real Museum of Turin. In Rome to the Colosseum, the Roman Forum, Palazzo Merulana, in Naples in the Archaeological Museum, MAN, in Sicily in the Valley del Templo, Temple Valley of Agrigento. This picture is inside our museum in Venice, Jewish Museum Venice. Now the museum is closed for restoration. I mean, it's impossible to visit the museum in this period. We hope in spring will be open. There's another picture, another museum, not Jewish museum in Veneto, near Venice. Features that contribute to social sustainability: construction of a capacity building at the services of territory, creating strong relationship with local communities, intercultural dialogue and sharing of enhancement processes, attention and care for its members, networking, social cohesion, urban regeneration, and restyling of space. Attention to people for increase the cooperative's ability to be competitive, attention to people, system and the relationship, innovation of skill, deep local roots, ability to combine small and large, local and global realities, shared and collaborative economy. All these contribute to employment growth. Allora, first of all, the increasing of qualified employment, which has significant effects also on wellness, equality, and social inclusion among employees. And on the other hand, the cultural evolving of audience, which empowers users' engagement through audience development strategies, and innovative tools. Last but not least, a contribution to a circular economy, which produces economic values to redistributed to territories among local, cultural, and creative industries. According the key factor, according to our experience and what we observe daily, more in general, I will talk about three main factors that should work together in order to support arts and culture. Firstly, a new economy approach that looks at expenses on culture as they were investment for a durable and sustainable development. In administrative terms, a new participatory governance model should be encouraged involving public and private partners in co-managed activities for common and public interest. Finally, a new cultural approach should be needed based on innovative skill and mutual trust. This is why we think that our contribution to the cultural sector can be overcome the easiest financial aid. Culture at the service of the Jewish heritage. The meeting between Coop Culture and the Jewish world dates back to 1999, when the Jewish community of Venice entrusted its museum to an external partner. For a whole year, we worked together, planning a deal beneficial for both, while in the same period, the selected staff was involved in very extensive training in Hebraism and Jewish religion. I will say thanks to the Jewish community of Venice for entrusting our cooperative with the management of the museum services to the public, always maintaining the global direction of the museum mission, taking care of the restoration of the building and of the relationship with other communities. And then a little bit of history. The ancient Jewish cemetery on the island of Lido, which was born in 1386, is the first tangible evidence of the Jewish presence in Venice in a period when it was very precarious. The first condotta contract that permanently regulated the Jewish presence in Venice date back to 1516 and obliged the Jews to live in the Ghetto Nuovo area, which originally housed for a metal foundry. The main laws according to the contract was the ghetto area was closed at night. The Jews were allowed to go out during the day wearing an identification sign, a yellow hat after a red hat. And the Jews were allowed to do very few professions. They could be money lenders, second-hand dealers, and doctors. This is a picture from the Ghetto Nuovo, from the helicopter from the sky. This is the first ghetto. Universitas Judaeorum, the first Jews who lived in the ghetto from 1516 were from master part Ashkenazi, and a smaller group was made up of Italian Jews. The Ashkenazi Jews pronounced the Venetian word getto, foundry, with the hard G. That's how the word ghetto was probably born. In 1541, with the second condotta, the Sephardi Jews came to Venice, the Levantine Jews first, and then the Spanish. They were allowed to be merchants. Here you can see how dressed they were. There is the Ashkenazi, the Italian, the German, the Italian, the Levantine, and the Spanish. Oh, sorry. Here you can see the ghetto in the 16th century. A urban complex consists of buildings with 2 floors only. It's not very tall. The ghetto of Venice represents a unique and peculiarity in the world Jewish history and culture. Its urban structure is in fact very special compared to the morphology of Venice. That's what you can see better. The blue line highlights the 3 different areas of the ghetto. This is the oldest one, is the island in the center, Ghetto Nuovo, the new ghetto, 1516. The second ghetto is that. This is an island, this is a canal is water. This is the second ghetto, born in 1541, and here lived the Sephardic Jews. And the last one, the smallest and the newest area, is the Ghetto Nuovissimo, born in 1633 for merchant, Sephardic. Ecco. This is the square of the Ghetto Nuovo. Is a unique space in which the first pre-Venetian synagogues were built inside pre-existing buildings, almost invisible from outside. The museum is set between the 2 oldest synagogues. This white building is the Sinagoga Grande Tedesca, the great German synagogue.
This is museum. This is museum. In the corner, you can see there is the Canton Synagogue. And these, with the other 5 windows, are the Italian synagogues. And you can see the cupola. All are of the 16th century, 1528, 1531, 1575, the Italian. Here you can see the skyscraper, the very tall building. It's not the monumental Venice that you know. Okay, icon definition of a museum. You know, the museum is a permanent no-profit institution at the service of society and its development, open to the public, which carries out research on the material and intangible testimonies of man and his environment, collects them, preserves them, communicates them, and exhibits them for study, education, and pleasure purpose. Museums are in charge of the conservation, interpretation, and enhancement of humanity's natural and cultural heritage. Museums keep their collection for the benefit of society and its development. Museums hold the primary evidence for creating and developing knowledge. Museums contribute to the enhancement, knowledge, and management of natural and cultural heritage. Museum resources provide opportunities for other institutions and public services, work in close collaboration with the communities from which the collection comes from and with the communities of reference, operate legally and professionally. For the Jewish Museum of Venice was born in 1954, thanks to the initiative of the Jewish community of Venice. And the Jewish Museum is a widespread museum. There is the permanent exhibition, but there are the synagogues, 5 synagogues, and the ghetto, the urban area. In this picture, you can see the German synagogues, one of the bridges to enter the ghetto, and one mappa. It's a 19th century mappa representing the gift of the manna. It is inside the Spanish synagogues. This is the most ancient synagogue, the German. Now we are in difficult time for pandemic, for restoration. The museum was closed. In this period due to the pandemic, the important restoration works, large part of the museum, the most activities going to talk about are temporarily suspended. We are open, but only with guided tour to the Spanish synagogue, to Midrashim. We have a bookshop open, and basta. Enough. This is a picture to the new exhibition area, now under restoration. It is dedicated to the history of the National Jewish community. Visiting the Jewish Museum Venice, adults can even independently get to know several aspects of Jewish life and culture. You can see some objects, very important objects of our collection. What does a museum need? The essential services of the Jewish Museum Venice are ticket office, reservation information office, visitor reception, cloakroom, and security. The security is run directly from the Jewish community of Venice, not by Coop Culture.
Additional services, guided tour in several languages, didactic activity and educational services, bookshop, cafeteria, website, and social management. You can see some picture. It's inside the in the Scuola Tedesca guided tour. The cafeteria, you can see the bookshop, and some people that are waiting for the guide tour outside. How do we keep the museum alive? Organization, promotion of cultural events, organization of exhibition, meeting with the author, communication, advertising, collaboration, expansion and construction projects, assistance to the Jewish community for loans, restoration works in collaboration with the superintendents, coordination with various city institutions, implementation of new technology. Food and culture is a good drive. You can see another picture of the Aleph, the ghetto bookshop, and the kosher cafeteria. The ghetto bookshop, Aleph, is open. The kosher cafeteria is closed and will open in spring. Will be open. This is an amazing picture. You can see some. I forget the Canton synagogues. The German. It is the Italian picture. Synagogue, the Levantine, the German, and the Spanish. I'm sorry. Some picture for maintenance and restoration. This is Francesco, Marcella Ansaldi, and they work for the restoration. Near the museum, there is the kosher bed and breakfast, the Pomegranate Garden, and the Gimel Garden restaurant. The Pomegranate Garden is open now, and the Gimel Garden is closed. And the restaurant also open in the spring, will be open in the spring. In collaboration with the Gimel Garden, we work for Venetian Jewish cooking lesson. This picture is about engagement of citizens. This was a very intense and moving activity. Two years ago, on the occasion of the day that would have been Anne Frank's 19th birthday, we organized with the University of Ca' Foscari, with the association Figli della Shoah, Shoah Song, with the Council of Europe, a reading marathon in Campo del Ghetto Nuovo. 19 people read a passage of her diary throughout the day. And if you want, and if we have time, I have a 3 minutes video to show you afterward. Okay. Co-Culture tries to offer many possibilities to assess the visiting experience in accordance with the Jewish community. And using new technology, promoted using new technology, we appropriated sustainable investment. It can be a drive for creativity and tourism. In 2016, in collaboration with UAV is the University of Architecture
architectural, I don't know, I don't remember, in Venice, we developed an application to show how Venice has changed from 16th century to today. Mapot works using several ancient maps, and it can be downloaded for free from the website of the Jewish Museum, Venice, or the website of the UAV. For this Mapot, we use three different maps. There is the photo piano, the newest, is modern maps. The combatti maps, 19th century, the Barbary is the most ancient 16th century. You can see some number, and they indicate the site where foreign lived, foreign communities, Jewish, Greece, Turkish, German Protestant, no, German Ashkenazi. And you can see, and you can have some information about this community. This other image. Ecco, Audio Culture is another app at the service of cultural heritage, Jewish heritage included. It's an audio guide to discover some museum and place where Coop Cultura is working. Among these, the Museum and Synagogue in Florence. Ecco, this the new entry. Live Culture is a live interactive virtual experience as a digital experience for virtual access to culture. The idea is keeping on offering student and visitor the opportunity to enter museum and archaeological areas with us. Not simply focusing on creating video visit or virtual tours, but also on using them with the mediation by museum education experts who continue to accompany children and tourists to discover some of the wonders of our country. It's a direction platform operators can use to propose and comment on different quality contents. And you can see virtual tours, full HD video visit, social games with scientific contents created by our archaeologists and art historians in collaboration with several cultural institutions. The new format, virtual guided tour including different site museum, which otherwise could not be visited during a single traditional guided tour, or pre-meeting and post-meeting for a deep and complete educational experience in situ. Working remotly may not be easy. It's essential to maintain ongoing relationship with children and with users. Now we organize some corsi, non mi viene in mente, che mi aiuta con corsi, a program for chiedo aiuto.
Courses,
ok, per formare le guide a lavorare da remoto, non mi sono persa la frase, non so come dirlo.
Guides to lead in exhibitions and in the museums.
Okay,
or
thank
site.
you. The interaction, the ability to involve the audience will be fundamentally grandiose with the new experience. The audience, Italian school, which could not arrange educational trips in 2020-21, foreign students who could not travel to Italy or arrange a study vacation in Italy, individual tourists who could not travel were given the opportunity to have a digital experience. It's very easy to use Live Culture. Few steps. First step, choose your digital experience, book your tour, write your reservation code. In this case, the Colosseum, enter the Colosseum, and the guide is waiting for you for an immersive visit. Culture website reservation is very important. You can reserve from the website, and you can buy the ticket online. And working in multiple Jewish museum allows us the possibility of creating a unique ticket to enter in several Jewish heritage sites. This can be a great way to support the less known location. The city connected by this opportunity were Venice, Padua, Ferrara, Florence, and Siena. And all tickets can be bought online. This is the site, Jewish Museum Venice, the Maze of Ferrara, Synagogue Pisa, and now we work in these three museums. Florence, Siena, and Padua, we work until 2020. We try to arrange a Jewish itinerary in Italy, and we create an art planner that is a website that collects in one virtual place the entire offer about Italian Jewish heritage. The European Association for the Preservation, Promotion of Jewish Culture and Heritage, using this website together with Visit Jewish Italy by UCEI. Very beautiful site, as a good starting point toward building a European website dedicated to the Italian Jewish heritage. The website of Coop Culture for reservation and book the ticket. And is the website for different Jewish sites. The name is Art Planner Italia. This picture shows you the permanent exhibition in Padua. This is Antonella for Padua. She tell you something. This is the Jewish Museum of Padua. You can see the cemetery and the video installation, Generation Goal. We used to arrange a guided tour for Jewish itineraries in Piedmont, Casale Monferrato, Alessandria, for example. And we work for the different bookshop. This in Maze, and this the bags for Florence. We used to arrange guided tours in Tuscany to discover how the Chianti Classico production tradition are combined with the kosher tradition. And used to arrange also in Piedmont visit and testing the kosher certified krumiri. It's a very good biscuit. For the educational, now I will tell you about educational. For the Ministry of Education, University and Research, By museum education means the set of methods and tools run by museum institution and school to make a collection, exhibition, and any type of cultural exposure accessible to a wider public. This definition, too, is not exhaustive and complex that here represented. In each site managed by Coop Culture, educational activities on Jewish religion, art, and interculturality are offered to all the visitors, but paying particular attention to children, students, and families. Here you can see this is the page, a part of the page of the workshop offers of the Jewish Museum of Venice. And you can see Hanukkah Miracle, Parenting and Censorship, The Circle of Life, the House of the Living, about the cemetery, the ancient cemetery in Lido. La Bella Storia Regina Esther for Purim, The Most Potent Weapon on the cinema, Shabbat Light, and this, Gino Bartali, We Are Out of Play, are two workshops about the sport, because the sport is very engaging for the young people and use for to talk them about the Shoah. And this is for a silent play. And after I explain you what is the silent play. Designing education activities in Jewish Museum means mediating throughout contents related to personal and collective identities. The museum education, as we understand it, privileges the creation of activities that regards identity, history, culture, a positive museum experience. It's a challenge because comparing one another leads to finding ourselves. Pop culture education activities and content can be based on each Jewish museum, what they exhibit, the guideline of the various institutions, communities, or foundation. Some Jewish Museum education activity, Queen Esther at the Jewish Heritage of Padua. The law is not the same for everyone. MAIS, Museum of Italian Judaism and the Shoah, Historian for a Day. These are some examples. The Jewish Museum of Venice, Sport e Fascismo, Jewish Museum of Venice. According to the Shabbat rule, silent play, Jewish Museum run by Coop Culture. This is the Queen Esther, audience, 3 10-year-old children, the Jewish Heritage of Padua. The house is in Mainz, audience 11, 14-year-old student. Molto apprezzato. It is History for a Day, audience 16, 18-year-old student in Venice. We are out of play Sport and Fascism in the Jewish Museum Venice, audience 13, 17 years old. Silent play for the Shabbat is for anybody, and we run in every play where we are. What is a silent play? Silent play is a sound performance that, thanks to wireless devices, allow having a real active and immersive experience listening to Jewish traditional stories. Our first silent play has been set up for the European Jewish Culture Day, dedicated to the storytelling. The second one was about the Shabbat, and both can be used in every Jewish location where we operate. Website and communication. In some museums entrusted to Coop Culture, we create the social and web communication, especially in Padua, when we used to run the Jewish heritage of Padua, and in Venice. We created the new website with the Jewish heritage of Padua, the new website of the Jewish Museum of Venice, and the new website of the Jewish heritage of Pisa is under construction. We create the social media communication for some museums we run. We create the main social channels such as Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, paying particular attention to the content and editorial line in order to give our followers something interesting, useful, and we hope valuable every day. There are Paola, and she is the curator for this page for Venice. Every day we try to talk about an aspect of Jewish culture and history to entertain our followers on Facebook and Instagram. We talk about Jewish cinema, Hebrew language, books, kosher recipe, music, Jewish Italy, and so on. For engaging new public, specific activities upgrading teachers, lessons, Jewish music concert, Beyond the Ghetto, guided tour and kosher appetizer, temporary exhibition, Jewish art on Jewish artists. Then not only guide tours, but something to live together, to test, to learn. Activity concept to allow people to live an experience first of all. This is a picture of a temporary exhibition of Thomas' life, Jewish manga. This picture is the Jewish Museum of Padua, the heritage in Padua, and some months before was in Venice, the same exhibition. Quindi, for example, for events, conference, temporary art exhibition, historical meetings, concerts, book launches, performance, education for teacher, lesson. For tell the history of the Jewish community, we use also the video installation for Venice and for Padua. For Padua is this. Generation Goes, Generation Come was financed by USA funds obtaining towards tender and by the Jewish community of Padua. And this picture is about the video installation for Venice. The name is La Succa di Aldo. The video installation tells the story of Aldo Succa. Aldo Izzo is elderly members of the Venice community, and for many years he used to invite many people and photographed them in his sukkah. The video installations, in video installation La Succa by Aldo, racconta artistically 30 years of Sukkot parties. I finish. I want to thank Michael May and David Palter for giving me this opportunity. And I want to thank you also the Italian Jewish community that, strong in their own identities, decide to entrust the Coop Culture with the valorization of their heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michela. You have to close your PowerPoint. Thank you very much, Michela, for the exposition. It's quite shocking because it is so rich of fields of interest and interventions. I saw that Michael asked why you are not anymore in Florence and Siena. The thing is that Italy is a very strange market. Tourism is a very strange market. And in the Jewish communities, we have too many Jews that tries to deal with the problems. So there is a lot of politics inside. It is not really interested by the services. I think that what I would like to hear if somebody has to ask or to say something, but I think that what we learn from Cop Cultura, that it is a kind of a global services in which the most important one is the capacity of creating network between the Jewish sites, and then to create a linkage between the network of non-Jewish sites, but heritage sites, and the Jewish network. It is very important because it is important to try and to attract people from one network to another one. And so it is very important, and I want to ask Michela what they do about it, because I think that this is a field that they have to work much more and to develop stronger. It is important because a bigger structure can relate and to get in touch to the local administration and to get financial help, because as we said, it is economical structure, but it is a profit organization, and it should be like that because it should create economy and not, but also it is it has to use possibilities of giving services, let's say it in that way, to the municipalities and to the local communities, and to get money also for that. So it means to give services also by payment. It's very important because a bigger structure has more experience and has more possibility to reach such financing possibilities. So I would like to break the ice and ask Michela what they do about those two fields of interest that I spoke about. Michela, hai capito?
Non ho capito bene la domanda, se me lo ripeti.
Che sono che voi avete dimostrato che mettete in rete i siti ebraici, mettete in rete i siti non ebraici, di cultura non ebraici, e riuscite, quello che io spero, metterli in contatto per far passare esperienza e turisti da un campo all'altro. Vuol dire di non avere due comparti chiusi. Questo uno, l'altro è il finanza. La finanza, essendo una società che crea economia, ma sappiamo che può vendere servizi, io lo chiamerei così, a enti pubblici, associazioni e così via, perché avendo radicamento sul territorio sono capaci di attingere a questi finanziamenti, a questi progetti. Come lo fate?
Allora, devo rispondere in italiano, non sono in grado.
Molto lentamente, ma devi parlare in inglese.
È troppo difficile. I try. We work with the institution, the Venetian institution. And as example, when there is a temporary exhibition in other museum that have any contact on collegment with the Jewish period, the Jewish themes, we organize the some guided tour for the different places, Palazzo Ducale and Jewish Museum, for example, or and we can organize some conference now for the. We present some book with the Council of Europe to the Ateneo Veneto, and there's an important institution in Venice. And this connect is very important for the museum. And now that the museum is closed, and we have only one synagogue for the visit tourists. For the guided tour is very important. Ma io non so parlare in inglese, se vuoi vi traduce Paola.
E questi sono a pagamento, vuol dire voi siete pagati per queste cose che organizzate?
E per le visite guidate che collegano diversi musei.
Chi è lo staff? Chi è lo staff? È il vostro staff? Riuscite ad avere un staff da poter utilizzare le guide?
Sì, noi abbiamo uno staff che lavora sul museo e che lavora anche a livello
in altri posti.
E anche sì, noi abbiamo uno staff che lavora per la didattica a livello nazionale e che quindi organizza anche ad esempio adesso con Live Culture noi riusciamo a fare delle connessioni fra diversi luoghi ebraici e non ebraici, facendo delle visite virtuali a pagamento. Ad esempio abbiamo una cosa sul...
Un attimo. So I asked Michela if the services like these that they did to the Ateneum and the European Council, if they, how they do it, if they receive payment for that, if they organize thing by being paid. And she said, yes. So it means that they sell their services. I asked her if the personnel, they have enough personnel to work inside their structure, their normal structures, and the special projects, because it needs more personnel. So she said that their personnel is sufficient to be engaged also in other projects that are casually found with other identities, other situations. Che volevi altro dire?
E volevo fare un esempio, che c'è ad esempio delle attività sul Risorgimento dove parliamo dell'apporto ebraico al Risorgimento e facciamo delle connessioni con i musei reali di Torino e vediamo i luoghi dove è nato lo Statuto Albertino, quindi possiamo fare dei collegamenti non solo di pensiero ma anche proprio logistici, però virtuali ovviamente.
So they also give services, logistic services, creating also now, in those days it's very important, a virtual relationship between places and events. One of the events she spoke about, she brought as example, is the Risorgimento, is the independence of Italy, in which very many Jews were engaged. So to the project of the Torino municipality, the museum, they work with them, they collaborate with them to add the Jewish part of the Risorgimento to the general project. So it's very interesting because it's dealing with something their experience in the Jewish life and history in Italy. They pour it into a generalistic project and with non-Jewish museums and organizations. There is somebody who wants to ask something, Michael. You have to open your microphone.
So, Dave, just in terms of why Siena, Padua, and Florence left, what is the official reason? Why did they leave? What do they say?
Allora, posso rispondere talk in Italian because it's too difficult for me. Per Padova ci siamo ritirati noi perché ancora era un museo che non riusciva a dare attivo, ci dava solo delle perdite e non eravamo più in grado di sostenerlo per il Covid.
The situation was that it is a very small museum. There is also only very small tourism to Padova, and although they didn't have enough income.
What about Florence? Florence?
Now we will ask her about Florence.
Invece per Firenze e Siena la comunità ha preferito un'altra società che in questo momento appunto per noi duro dal punto di vista economico ha promesso maggiori introiti da subito alla comunità, mentre noi non abbiamo potuto farlo, non ci siamo sentiti di farlo e quindi è la comunità ebraica di Firenze che ha scelto un'altra strada.
Here, what you said that Florence and Siena, that you know, it's the same community. There was a local tourism services that are in the Uffizi also, that they are very strong on the territory, who offered a much better economical offer that the Cop Cultura, from their experience, they knew that they cannot offer it. So this was the change, but now they have certain collaboration, as you heard. For example, the sales of tickets and so on, they collaborate. The fight in Italy between some of the service companies of tourism is very, everyone has its own territory, and it's very, very difficult field because there are a lot of interests. In fact, the Uffizi now is doing a project about Judaism because the museum is being controlled by a company that is giving services to the Uffizi and things like that. So sometimes the economical reasons are hidden behind different reasons. So other questions? Lucia, Susan? In any case, we are going to put Michela and the Cop Cultura as one of our consultants, because as they have such a rich experience, to answer to letters, it will be much easier than to expose their work. So we will try to use their experience and to give the possibility to everyone who wants to have a direct connection all through Moreshet with Michela. Cop Cultura were with us already, were presented also in the Moreshet Seminar in Shum cities. So it is not a casual reason that they are now with us.
That's terrific, great. Okay, well that's it, David. That's actually the time that we were due to break. So it's
okay, and I will leave you because I have to go back to my work. I'm very sorry about it. I will try to participate like this morning, to have with my phone to be connected, because it's really, for me, it's important. We are already like a family. At least I feel it like that. So I know that there are also friends from Israel. I'm very happy about it. So I'm very sorry about it, but really I have this engaged. I'm engaged in this exhibition. I have too many people to work with. Bye-bye.
No problem. Okay, that's
Bye,
great.
David. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michaela. We really appreciated that. Thank you for your presentation. It's always lovely to look at the various gorgeous Italian locations. And of course, Venice is fantastic. So we're now going to take a 10-minute break. We'll kick off again at 3 o'clock UK time, 4 o'clock continental Europe. And Lucia will be leading that session. So we'll see you all back in roughly 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you all for joining us in this last session of the day, where we will have 4 perspectives, 4 cases of initiatives related to Jewish heritage tourism in different countries and from different perspectives, as I said, foundations, museums, independent guides, and even a digital platform. So I will not extend the presentations a lot because we are doing this today in a British punctuality. So I'm going to make sure that everybody has the time to share with us their expertise, and also that there is time at the end for sessions. As usual, you are invited to write your comments or questions in the chat box as our colleagues present today, so that the session runs fluidly and I can address these questions to our panelists at the end of the session. Or of course, you may want to step in and raise your hand and talk. And we will start in a different order as in the presentation, because we will have Nessim Benkoya first, as he's kind of busy today with the hosting of the Izmir Sephardic Culture Festival. So thank you, special thanks for you to save some of your time in this busy week for us. Nessim will bring us to Turkey, where he's leading the Izmir project, a project aimed at establishing a living museum of Jewish heritage in the restored site of the synagogues of Izmir, which are more than 30, I think 34 Sephardic synagogues, I guess, in the city, which makes this a huge and very important project. The Izmir project includes as well the preservation, documentation, the conservation of treasures from Izmir Jewry, and it belongs to the Association of European Jewish Museums that was mentioned, I believe, by Suzanne in the previous session. His route is included in the Association for the Preservation and Promotion of Jewish Culture and Heritage in Europe, a group of tours, but he will tell us more about it. So it's just, I give the floor now to Nessim. We are looking forward to hearing your thoughts, so please take the Zoom screen.
Yes, I am sharing my screen. Do you see it?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, first of all, greetings from Izmir, Turkey to everybody. From the peak of the right in the middle of the Izmir Sephardic Culture Festival, of which I'm the founder director. 4 years ago, it's a young festival, but it is a very important festival to strengthen the Jewish heritage here in Izmir. And I am happy to see that people are not un-Jews are embracing the festival, enjoying Jewish music. And this year we have extended our limits, not to only Sephardic culture, but also we're having a tribute to the Ashkenazi Jewry that lived in Izmir in the past. Okay, now since we have a very little time, and I am unfortunately in the middle of a lot of things in the festival, I'm gonna try to summarize what we are doing. Izmir Jewish, our objective is to build an Izmir Jewish Heritage Center on the basis of 9 synagogues that exist in the old city, in the old Jewish district of Izmir. This project actually is a project that started some 15 years ago by a Kiryati Foundation of Tel Aviv through a hazardous meeting with the synagogues, which also got me involved in it. since then, it has developed a lot, and I will try to summarize. Now, we're talking about Izmir, which is on the Aegean Sea. This is Izmir. And in front of it, you have the Greek islands, and further to the west, you have Athens. This is the center of the Izmir city. And what I have marked here is the Jewish quarter, the historical Jewish quarter of Izmir. At the time of at the Ottoman times, districts were called according to their religions or ethnic identities. Here we can see Somsino district, Bnei Israel district, Salomon Chavez district, Chief Rabbi district, Efrati district, La Calle de Monagi district. I don't know how to translate it. And those were the names under which they were registered in the Ottoman registers. So within the framework of the center of the city, we have an air photo that focuses on the area we are running the project. Do you see what I'm showing? Hello?
Yes, we do see, Nisim.
Okay, great, great. Let me, okay, I can't really, okay. Now, this is the area that is called by the local administrations the synagogues district, which is not exactly true because there are synagogues in other parts of the old city as well. But I heard that Lucia said that there are some 50 synagogues in Izmir, which is not correct. We're talking about 9 synagogues here that are, let's say, on the foot, and another 2 synagogues that are in another district of, in the second district. This is the old Jewish district. In the new Jewish district that was established in 1870s. Now, what we see here and what is and the project is based on these synagogues. You see the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 synagogues here, very close to each other, of which 4 are adjacent. Okay. These synagogues were existing in 1660. So we know that they existed in 1660, and probably they were even built before, as we know that during the Shabtai Tzvi's revolt, they were visited by him, and it is very probable that they were built in the very early years of the 1600s. This is the synagogue's street. This is its official name is Synagogue's Street. This is a bazaar. It was populated by mainly Jewish people, but also by others. On the other side of this street, we have 7, 8, 9, and 10, which are 3 synagogues. These are synagogues, and this is the chief rabbi, chief rabbinate. On the other side of this avenue, we have here Shabtai Tzvi's Cortijo. I mentioned Shabtai Tzvi's Cortijo because it is very important to the history of the Izmir Jewry, and the relation between his house and him and these synagogues are very, very evident. Okay, what we think, what we aim, and what we dream of doing is imagine this area. It doesn't have a roof, but imagine that it has a transparent roof, okay, which makes the whole area a museum, actually, okay? We have here streets that lead us to museums, to the synagogues, that each of them is a museum product. And within each synagogue, we can experience a Jewish experience, Jewish culture, Jewish music, Jewish thought, Jewish philosophy, etc., etc., depending on the activity we will do there. Now, if this is the framework of an open air, I don't have any other word than open air museum. Let's see what kind of museal products we have within it. This is Al-Ghazi Synagogue. Al-Ghazi is the name of Solomon Al-Ghazi dynasty that built this synagogue. It was existent, we know that it existed in 1666 because we know that Shabtai Tzvi visited there. Shabtai Tzvi is a very important reference because it was documented, I mean, the whole period of his revolt in the summer of 1666 was recorded, was by a Dutch priest. So we know that he was here. And this place is very much related to music because a very prominent Jewish composer and musician was a Chazan and a rabbi here, and he was the teacher of many Muslim people. And most important is that there was a very important imam. Imam is the equivalent of rabbi in Islam. They would sit here, they would play together, and they would teach each other music. To commemorate this co-creation between Jews and Muslims, we also hold activities in this synagogue dedicated to the music of Ishaq Al-Ghazi and other composers, Jewish composers from Turkey. Then we walk a little bit and we see Shalom Synagogue. Shalom Synagogue is the only synagogue that wasn't damaged in the fire of 1841. Therefore, we think that it has kept more or less its original shape from since the 1772, where another big fire took place and it was burned. This place is especially important, I think, for Jewish and non-Jewish experience, because Shabtai Tzvi has learned he has got his knowledge actually here from Rabbi De Alba and Rabbi Yosef Escapa, whom also excommunicated him after he proclaimed that he is the Messiah. This is actually a view of the day before yesterday of Etz Chaim Synagogue. Now, Etz Chaim Synagogue is, according to a legend or saying, let's say, a Byzantine synagogue, maybe the foundations of it. It's a synagogue that was let me explain also a bit the history of this synagogue. I mean, the history of what we have done in this synagogue. This synagogue was the first synagogue that the project touched. In the year of 2012 or 13, I don't remember exactly, a grant raiser that was employed by the Kiryat Foundation connected us to the ambassadors funds of the American USA embassy, and we got a loan, a grant to support to strengthen the floor of the synagogue that was about to collapse, and it was saved. With the same money, the restoration plan, a conservation plan was made, and finally, with a grant that in Izmir was obtained from the government, conservation work started here. Tel Aviv based wall paintings experts and conservation architect, together with the local contractor and architect, worked, and with a massive participation of the Kiryati Foundation and people whom were sent by them, we had conserved this place, I think, beautifully, without intervening, almost not intervening in its original state. And the day before yesterday, we had the opening of the festival in the same place. You can see that music, Sephardic music, and dancers. Okay. And this is another view of the same synagogue without light effects. You can see that the columns are scraped, and on the columns themselves, you have three different stages, historical stages, where they were painted. We have encountered 7 layers of paint, a lot of wall paintings, inscriptions, etc. This is the Hevra, or Talmud Torah synagogue. This synagogue looks empty, but it was, until 1 year ago, it was full of rubble to a height of 1.5 meters. After the collapse of the synagogue in 1991, this means 22 years ago or 20 years ago, last year we got grant from the Republic of Germany, and we cleaned the place. We discovered the original floor that dates 1870s, 80s. And it was covered by a temporary, you see here, temporary roof. We still have the remnants, but beautiful remnants of the Echal, and a lot of wall paintings to be exposed. This is a view of it again from the opening of the festival. We have used some lighting here, and it looks really very impressive. And it is, I think it is very touristic together with this festival. And here in this synagogue, in Hevra synagogue, on Sunday, we're gonna have 2 concerts, and we're expecting between 200 to 300 people in each one. This is not to show myself, but this is the only picture that I have right now of the Echal lighted with some light, and it's again, it looks impressive. I think at least local people are, admiring what they see, because we don't have that much foreign tourists right now. I don't know their reactions. This is Hebron. I mean, all these synagogues that I'm mentioning now here are one next to the other. 4 of them, for example, Hebron and Foresteros, which is in this state right now, but we have got another grant from the Republic of Germany to do the same work here as in Hebron synagogue. I mean, to cover it with a temporary roof, to clean it, and then to plan to make an implantation plan towards the establishment, I mean, the building itself. I'm gonna come back to this. You can see, first of all, I'm getting back. You can see here the Signora synagogue that is right behind a Hevra synagogue. And here you can see we have cleaned the passages between these synagogues, and you can see at the left hand side, Talmud Torah Hevra synagogue's wall, and this is Foresteros synagogue wall. There is a passage of 1 meter and 40 centimeters between them. This is another passage between them, and in front of us we see Talmud Torah. This is Forasteros, and this is now Al-Ghazi synagogue. So we have 3 synagogues here, and towards here you have, I mean, towards yourself, you have Signora synagogue. This makes 4 adjacent synagogues with such passages between them. And here you can see it again. This was before the cleaning of Forasteros synagogue. Hevra here, this is Forasteros window, and right in front we have Al-Ghazi synagogue. I don't think that there are so many places in the world that have such closely built synagogues. This doesn't this isn't really included in the project, but I think it will necessarily be a part of the project, like the Sabta Streets Cortejo will be. This is the Jewish winery, kosher winery of the Aegean region of Turkey. It should have been in the city center, according to the Chaim Palachi, the Rabbi Chaim Palachi, because it had to be under the supervision of the chief rabbi. So the date says, the date reads 1900, but this was already functioning in 1855. Belonging to Nisim Politi, and this is an important institution. And of course, there is a struggle going on how to call it. Nisim Politi's Kosher Winery, or another name that was given in the 1950s. Then we come to Bikur Cholim Synagogue, which is kept quite well, a very typical Sephardic synagogue, with the teva in the middle, and of course with 3 cupboards. I mean, the echal and 2 small echals at the sides, but the Sifrei Torah are in the middle in the echal. And this is interesting because according to what I have read, the origins of the the echal with the 2 divisions next to them comes from the times of Toledo synagogue, and we have the same in the Cordova synagogue, and so it is a very old tradition. I just don't know why it doesn't exist, for example, in Istanbul. Okay, sorry. Beit Hillel synagogue. Actually, Beit Hillel was a yeshiva of the Rabbi Chaim Palachi, who is known to be one of the greatest rabbis of Izmir, and who had the authority of a Muslim Qadi. Qadi is the judge, the Muslim judge, and it was never given to non-Muslims. But he had this authority to judge Muslim citizens. Here it is actually a memorial to Chaim Palachi with artifacts, Jewish artifacts, Jewish art, books, his writings, and about his life. Then we come not far from Beit Hillel, we have the Portugal synagogue. Portugal synagogue was one of the most important synagogues built by the Portuguese people in Izmir. And it is a Portuguese people were usually traders, well-to-do people, and they also contributed a lot to the modernization of the Izmir Jewry in the 1800s. This place was burnt in 76, so badly burnt that it was rented to a shoemaker, and the shoemaker used concrete plaster on the walls, changed a lot within the building, and today the entrance is impressive. The marbles, floor marbles are quite old. We don't know exactly from when, but I guess 1800s again. But within the synagogue, we only have the windows and the place of the hall, but not much on the walls. I mean, the walls don't tell us a very big, very important history. But we cannot think Portuguese synagogue without the restored by the municipality of Izmir. Shabtai Tzvi's Cortijo. Okay, this place is completely restored. There's a problem in Turkey to call it Shabtai Tzvi's Cortijo because Shabtai Tzvi is disliked both by Jews and Muslims because they are crypto Muslims, Jews for Muslims, and he's the false Messiah for the Jews. But this has been a very important event or process in Izmir, and also, as far as I know, Shabtai Tzvi's philosophy, or maybe let's say Nathan of Gaza's philosophy, has laid the foundation for quite a few Jewish movements, and his, what I'm calling his revolt, is his effort to gain power as the Messiah.
Nessim, you've gone past your time now for a few minutes. You have to start really winding up.
Okay, I'm finishing. This was the last one. Okay, so this is a piece of history that is being researched a lot, and I think this is a touristical and historical resource of Izmir. Okay, so by the end, the visitors of these sites, okay, that we are thinking of, will be able to experience the old Jewish district through Izmir's Jewish heritage, walk around the preserved ancient synagogues, each with its own unique story, in the open courtyards of the synagogues, the paths between them and the surrounding streets where life and co-creation in Izmir took place in previous centuries and will be revived through a variety of activities. And now, one last thing, just to I have something not finished. You don't have to look at it as a final thing, but just to give an idea, this maybe emphasizes the places. So this is the entrance. This is foresters in the middle, and the red line goes in between the synagogues just to show how we can get from one to the other. This will take another 23 seconds. Okay, so this is an animation of with the roof tiles. We see here the 4 synagogues, one next to each other. We see also Etz Chaim here. This somehow should look. We don't have the plans yet because it's gonna be next year. Whatever the architectural plans, but this should give an idea of more or less what we are thinking.
Great. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Nisan. I'll just mention that Uri and Dita from the Kuriati Foundation are both with us, and they'll be available to comment and also answer any questions, because I know, Nisim, you're heading off now, right?
Yeah, yes.
Or shortly. So they'll be around. Anyway, Lucy, over to you.
Michael, can we comment now? Can we have
No, we have to get through the other speakers and they'll be there.
I would ask you to please keep the questions and comments for the end.
But we don't have any comments. Something to mention. I think it's important regarding Etz Chaim, but it's up to you.
Yes. No, Uri, let's just wait to the end.
I'm sorry, but I will have to leave early, and I gave my spot, so please let me continue.
That's why I'm please asking everybody to keep the time for respect of the rest of the speakers, so that they have the time. I will do shorter introductions, but to make sure that you have time to talk, Penina, because now is your turn to bring us to Romania. Penina Zilberman, who has led Jewish Heritage Roots since 1991 and also founded the Foundation Tarbut Siget in Romania, will tell us about the historic guided tours they do, but also about how to collaborate and coordinate with the local networks of artists, with gastronomy and other industries of the zone. So Penina, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me, the way I will do it, keeping in mind the 20 minutes, I will read my presentation, and at the end, I have a few slides to show parts of the highlights of a tour. Romania is a sort of an exotic country that not too many people have visited it, nor knew about it only after the revolution. December the 1st is a very special date in the history of Romania. It's the national day. It's 103 years since it became independent completely. So this is just a side. So it has quite an interesting flavor for the day. Good afternoon to all of you, and to me it's still morning. I want everybody to know that I'm up since 4 o'clock in the morning, since I am right now in Toronto. But tomorrow I will be going back to Israel and I'll be closer to your time zone. I want to thank Michael May for inviting me to take part in Moreshet London Seminar on Jewish Heritage Tourism, and to Lucia for the special introduction. I'm truly honored to take part with such special professionals from the field. As I said, 20 minutes, we'll zoom through the notes. Romania's statistics of pre-Holocaust Jewish heritage includes about 800 synagogues, 1,000 cemeteries, many former yeshivas, houses of learning, few mikvahs, ritual baths, and many homes of former Jewish families, famous and not so famous. Post-Holocaust includes about 100 synagogues out of the 800 restored, and about 100 Holocaust memorials. We remember. Romania Jewry numbered prior to September 1939 850,000 Jews, just about 1 million, spread mostly in northern Transylvania, mainly Orthodox religion Hasidim, arriving as early as the 16th century from Galicia, today Poland and Ukraine. And Bukovina, the modern religious Jews, arrived by the request of the Hungarian Austrian Emperor Franz, with the hope and objective to raise the economy in the region, which they did. Now in the capital Bucharest, and around were Sephardi Jews from Spain, Turkey, Greece, France, and Italy. I mean by their roots. They were brought by the Ottoman Empire during the 14th, 16th centuries for the same reason, economy, and the Ottoman liked Jewish doctors. Nevertheless, there were also Ashkenazim before the war, meaning in the 19th, 20th centuries, that came to the capital for studies or for commerce. This is a sure fact, as we have the Spaniol, which means in Romanian, Sfaradi, Spanish cemetery in Bucharest, where on the side of my grandmother, on the father's side, my great-grandmother is buried in the Spaniol cemetery. The influence of these empires is demonstrated by the gigantic, massive, and similar architectural buildings in Vienna, Spain, and so on, in Jews and non-Jews. The Maramuresh and Bukovina regions are mostly visited by Jews and their extended families. My family roots, as you heard, are from Maramuresh and Bucharest. Since my first visit to Romania in 1998, I actually fell in love with Maramuresh. It's as picturesque and pretty as Switzerland. We can actually consider Maramuresh the Eastern European Switzerland. Tarbut was established in October 2014, following the first ever international gathering and commemoration to the 1944 deportations. We had about 150 people from all over the world, including 10 survivors, followed by gatherings in 2015, 2017, and the last one so far was in 2019, attracting a total of 1,000 people until October 2019, which includes survivors, second, third, and even the fourth generation. Tarbut Sighet Foundation educational objectives are to acquaint the high school students with their local past Jewish history. The cultural objective is mainly for the local Romanian cultural centers, attracting intergenerational audiences, teaching about the local Holocaust, Jewish life before 1944, through culture, films, plays, concert, exhibit, and lectures that we provide. Just as a side, which will reinforce much more the Holocaust teaching in Romania, 2 weeks ago, it was voted in the Romanian Parliament House that starting in 2023, it will be compulsory to teach the Romanian Holocaust. Although, as now, many educational institutions were and are teaching the subject, but it wasn't as compulsory as it's going to be. An important fact that must be taken always in consideration: the number of Jews registered in Romania today are 5,000. Although I personally, based on a statistic, which I don't want to start to talk about it, I believe the number is double, especially since many don't know that they have Jewish roots. Regardless, most of the heritage sites are managed by non-Jews, highly educated on the subject. I personally want to thank everybody, each one of them, and compliment them for taking the initiative. But at the same time, I also have a request. I ask to keep the story alive as it was without any distortions. Holocaust distortions in 2021 became as popular as we used to hear and still hear about anti-Semitism, without mentioning, of course, any specific countries or locations. The new head of Yad Vashem, this is what he said in his opening remarks upon his acceptance of the position. Distortion and trivialization of Holocaust pose an urgent challenge. So we have to keep that in mind. Distortion is actually killing the victims second time. As for the former families who lived in these regions and want to visit their hometowns with their families, Tarbut provides the family roots journeys experience. As soon as communism regime fell through in the last quarter of 1989, during various months in Romania, it is known by the 1989 revolution during December 16 to the 25th, starting in the very famous town, Timișoara, and moving across the country. Personally, I started the family route journeys as of April 91, when I took about 25 people, 10 families, intergenerational, to Poland. I must mention that many survivors did not want to go back and visit their hometowns. Either it was too painful, sad, bringing up tragic memories. However, as time goes by, our parents cross the world, and we, the second generation, or as is being referred to us as baby boomers, feel very much in need for some kind of a closure. Our family story loop must be closed. Tarbut caters to those who want to visit, but with proper genealogical planning. Our team plans the visits very carefully. Research the information that's provided by the family, pre-booking our visits at all heritage sites. Our drivers and cars are legal. It's extremely important to mention this for Eastern Europe. Tarbut's staff serves as interpreters. We are looking after the travelers' needs, starting with the pickup at the airport, accommodation, extra travel needs, if they like pre-visits or post-visits. For example, for our region, many people are landing in Budapest, so they start a couple of days touring Budapest. Now, everything I say now is, of course, pre-COVID, or if they have any special requests. I make it very clear. This is another very important point I like to emphasize, that all visitors are guests in the former country of their ancestors. Just recently, I came across an article saying how to be a good tourist. Yes, especially for heritage sites, we need to keep them for many more years. Either they're being restored or not. This is very important because when we go to visit a house or a former landmark, locals are feeling threatened and worried that we come to claim the family home. I had situations where the present owners come and show me legal documents of purchasing the house. I thank them, and that's about it. Why? Because for your information, after liberation, especially when the communist regime got established in Romania in 1947, all Jewish properties became state property. Therefore, the state had the power to demolish many Jewish heritage sites, mainly synagogues, even as late as the 70s and 80s before the revolution, or not letting the Jewish communities to manage them. Very few properties in Romania have been returned. The topic is very complicated. They establish various laws that we cannot really comply with, and not for us today to deal, but just to be aware of it. However, a big however, today locals must know that not all Jews were killed and murdered. Many survivors and many were saved by non-Jews, known as righteous among the nations. Survivors became successful, contribute internationally to their new home countries, and we do have the legal right, either by citizenship or as tourists with a visa, to come and visit. All I'm saying is based really of life experiences, meaning while we delivered the tours, these are some incidents that come up. Now, what are the objectives of the visitor, and what can we offer them? They like to walk in the footsteps of their ancestors, literally. Many streets in Romania, especially in the small hometowns, villages, look exactly as they did just about 80 years ago. See the house, the home, or at least take a picture of the address. Now, here is an important point. Many street names during communism regime have been changed. This is some of the tasks we do when I say proper preparation. We check with the local city hall to find out the matching new name. However, there's also a funny issue here. I have to bring to your attention, sometimes survivors tell me, oh, I want the Yiddish gas, the rabbi's gas. Gas means street. However, this is what they used to call it, not the real official name. Then there is the perception of especially young survivors, young meaning they are in their early 80s. They are looking at the house and they say, no, this is not my house. My house looks bigger. Well, all of us know that children see their homes and their parents and everything around them much larger than the real size. Another important place to visit is, of course, the cemetery. Now, this really needs a lot of preparation, since not all local Jewish communities have proper registers with allocations. Might be on the other hand, it might be the only time that these gravestones will be ever visited after this visit. We always have with us memorial candles, or the travelers bring, leading a brief memorial service, saying the Kaddish, the mourner's prayer. This ritual brings the family together. Maybe a member can tell a story they heard about the deceased. These are things that we have to add to the trip, to the visit, to make it much more closer to that closure that they are looking for, on one hand. But on the other hand, many of these trips are just coming up with new questions and with new research. Now, some of them tell me, I like to get into the synergy of the place. Now, what does that mean? It means, for example, to visit the Jewish Museum in Siget. It is the house of the late Professor Elie Wiesel, the recipient of the 1986 Peace Nobel Prize. His house was given to him in the year 2002. However, he gave it back to the Siget municipality, and it has been transferred into the Memorial House Museum of Jewish Culture from Maramuresh. Walking through the rooms of this house, you get a feeling of visiting your great-grandmother's house, as we see on display furniture, ceremonial objects, kitchen objects, plus a historical exhibit and other items of pre-Holocaust era. To be specific, none of the items that are there belong to the Wiesel family. Unfortunately, the locals looted the Jewish homes of their belongings right after the deportations. What has happened, how we have all these things, is one day about 20 years ago, one of the mayors said, please bring to the city hall any Jewish objects you have anonymously. And that's how they were able to obtain many more objects. It is customarily in Romania that every city has its village museum. It's an outdoor museum, which is an excellent idea, especially now, equivalent to what we call in the Western world, Pioneer Village Museum. The Siget Village Museum has displays of Romanian, Hungarian, Ukrainian, and a Jewish home. This region, because it's on the border with Ukraine, which parts of Ukraine today there were actually parts of Romania, but that's what happened after the war when the map was redone. But we do have Hungarians because the border, again, on the west side of Romania borders with Hungarians. So the village museum has typical Hungarian home, Ukrainian one, and the Jewish home was moved okay, was real big task. From its original location, 25 kilometers from Siget, it was the house of Rabbi Dreamer from Sana.
Ben, I shall ask you to finish.
Oh my, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the house contains real original things. Okay, I'm just about done. At the end of each day, 3 to 5 days a tour, we have special sessions where we speak to the families, and again, that brings them together. Many times they go back home and they have reunions and such things. One of the points I want to highlight here is that family heritage, in order to come to tourism heritage, should start very early. Storytelling, icons in the home, family recipes, and so on. And of course, as far as the educational point, Israel, for example, when students enter grade 7, about 13 years old, they start the Family Roots Project. When we meet with the family brings some of the items that they've discovered. Now, let me say a few things, what's going to be post-COVID. Personally, I don't think it's over. We simply have created by nature or by vaccine campaigns windows of travel opportunities. This is the same as I have given for those times that we can travel between lockdowns, red countries, or whatever it's given. Please note, never ever will travel be the same as it was prior to March 2020.
You're winding up now, Penina. You're winding up, yeah?
Well, these are the most important things. Don't put press on me, please. Ready means we need to plan. So, and we should act as really knowing everything that's available and knowing what can be done. Keep in mind, the most popular months are May to October. One of the things that I am looking into very seriously is planning trips from far away, more or less digital, what we call. Just want to finish with this quote of the co-founder of Chief Product Officer of Airbnb. I think it's a very important quote here. At Airbnb, we believe that authentic travel experiences help you connect with local cultures and create a sense of belonging anywhere in the world. And what better way to do that than traveling to your roots? We are proud to team up with 23andMe. This is what they did, the leader in helping people learn about their genes and ancestry to make it easier for travelers to plan trips as unique as their DNA. So it's very challenging, of course, and we must really learn how to, I'm trying now to get screen share, how to become very creative and thinking out of the box. So I just want to show you a few interesting slides here. Let's keep this way. That's the map of Romania. This is a tombstone, of course, of my great-grandfather at the cemetery circa 1932. This is the house on the outside of Elie Wiesel. Inside, the gentleman in the middle is the ambassador of United States. This is an Israeli group in front of the original well of Elie Wiesel house. That's Terbut. This is the building that was given to us, the front, for Tarbut. It used to be the girls' school, Bes Yaakov, and the area is called the Kahan Court. This is the one and only synagogue that was left after having 10. This is the monument to those that did not return, that is built on top of the synagogue that the Hungarians set on fire with people and with all the ceremonial arts. This is today it's a hotel, used to be a Jewish home of a very rich lawyer. And the purpose that I put it here is to show you how he created these Magen David. This is still there. That's our brochure. This is the most important moment of every trip. This gentleman today is 85. 3 years ago, he was 82. He requested to go to his small town. This is the present mayor. This is the register. He found his registered date of birth, and he finally received his birth certificate. This is something that we created for the city hall, exactly what I just said, that survivors have not all of them, not all Jews were killed, not all Jews were murdered. There were still survivors. This stays next to the council house in the city hall. It's huge, stays there since 2014, and only one person came and requested to be taken off. They sent them to me. I'm still waiting for him to show up. We remember keeping the memory alive. This is some information if you want to get in touch with us. And I thank you very much. And I'm sure there are some questions. Thank you.
Okay, Penina, thank you. Please let's move now to Pavel Katz, who will share with us about the digital revolution on Jewish heritage. As an executive director of the Jewish Heritage Network that provides, it's a digital platform, correct, to provide services for content aggregation, publication, and promotion for around 30 Jewish museums, archives, libraries, and research centers from Europe, the US, Israel, and many more places. Pavel, I won't take more of your time, so just take the floor, and I suggest that if speakers want to share their slides and there's no time for that, you can also send them to us so that we can distribute them with participants. That could be an option as well. So please, Pavel, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Lucia. Thanks, Michael, for inviting me, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you here today and to say a couple of words. Michael really made a very unusual task to me, proposed a very unusual task to me, because he asked me to talk about two things. The specific project which I'm running, which is called I'll skip the introduction of JHN, as Lucia also already did it about, told us a couple of things about Jewish Heritage Network. Michael really asked me to talk about quite different things. Our specific project, which is called Jewish History Tours, or JStory, and I will explain the difference in a couple of minutes, which is a very specific project. And, you know, it has a budget, it has a timeline, it has participants, it has goals and deliverables. But he also asked me to talk about digital revolution, which is, of course, a very general subject. And, you know, there can be a lot of different opinions about this. But how you define the revolution, how you present it, what you know, what trends are relevant to the heritage community, to Jewish heritage community. But actually, I found this task quite fascinating, and I thank Michael for presenting this task in this interesting way. what came to my mind quickly to break the ice is this Soviet joke. Now that we are imbued with the revolutionary spirit, I will allow myself that in a colhoz, in a collective farm, chairman heads the meeting of the members, and he says, "Comrades, we have 2 items on the agenda. First is to fix to mend the old fence, and second is to build communism." So because we are out of wood, we are proceeding directly to the second subject. So that's more or less the level of abstraction that we need to tie together in this conversation, and that's what I will try doing. So I will first say really a couple of very general words about how I think the heritage sector should look at digital revolution, those digital trends which are happening today. And then I will present our project, which I think is really an interesting project, and I think also it implements in many ways how I think the digital heritage sector should look at those digital trends. And I think I'm also very lucky here. We are very lucky here that this project is really, always when you write a project proposal, you sometimes you start with things that you want to do and you believe in, and then you shape them to the funder, to the proposal. That's a process we've all gone through. And here I think it's one of the cases where really this project is really, with the way we presented it and the way we got it funded, is really a very sincere statement on how we suggest to proceed with the heritage sector digitally. So in a way, it's really a reflection of what we think at Jewish Heritage Network and what we should be doing as a sector. And then I'll get back to the revolution. So some general ideas. So I think one way to look at the digital revolution today is really to look at all these digital developments and trends that are surrounding us all the time, and we hear about them in news and everywhere. It's about different developments and gadgets and tools and mobile applications and sometimes large screen in the museums, like a lot of technology. But actually, I think as a technologist, I would like to propose a different look at this, because I think that all this is really overstated and overplayed. I think that we see a lot of cases where museums or heritage organizations invest resources in technology for the sake of technology. And I think that's a very wrong way to approach this. So I would actually try to approach this back from the human angle, and to ask really, first of all, to forget about the digital and to ask, what is the goal of your organization? And then how digital tools can help you to promote these goals. And usually, in the very grand scheme of things, heritage organizations deal with 2 kinds of goals. These are internal goals of preservation and archiving, and external goals of promotion and distributing and storytelling of heritage. This is a seminar about for tourism practitioners. So we are obviously about in the second department here. This is not an archivist meeting. So I would then suggest a very simple way to look at those digital trends and to ask the very basic question of what's the best way to leverage digital tools to reach your non-digital organizational goals. And I think when boiled down to this way of asking, then things become much clearer. And it might look trivial, but it's not trivial at all, because we see a lot of, as I said, a lot of funds, a lot of attention spent in the heritage sector on technology for the sake of technology, because there is a fund requirement somewhere. And I'm not downplaying a fund requirement to build a new mobile application, but I think we can do much more to actually push back or to maintain a dialogue with the funder and to convince them what is the best way to invest resources, rather than maybe building another mobile app which will not be, which will be forgotten in a couple of years. So as you see, and I will make this point much stronger at the end, I'm a strong believer that museums and heritage organizations of different kinds should not deliver new technology, but they should leverage existing tools and existing platforms to reach their goals. And that's exactly a very good way to transition to the to the project which I'm presenting today, because I think in many ways this project is the answer to how digital tools and platforms can be leveraged to reach organizational goals. So the project is called, the overall project, the umbrella, the strategy, the direction, if you wish, is called JStory. That's the project that JHN is advancing, and it's about location-based storytelling about Jewish history and culture. So let's talk about specific components of this vision. It's location-based. That's what digital technology allows us today, and that's a major breakthrough, that we all are aware of and feel of, but maybe we're not realizing enough the potential of this. Now that everyone is going with the mobile phone, with them, and if this phone is aware of the location, our potential to actually tell to deliver location-based experiences, to tell location-based stories, to happen, is really a breakthrough for the heritage sector. It offers a completely new level of engagement with history, with culture, because it's one thing to hear about an historical event in the museum, to read about this in a book, and it's a completely different kind of emotional engagement when you are actually standing at the street, outside, outdoor, in front of a building, in front of a monument, next to a house when a person lived, because the whole surrounding becomes an actual theater in which the histories that we want to tell about, to storytell, unfold. Location-based storytelling offers a huge potential for personalization, because again, we presented here several stories about Jewish quarters and Jewish places, and we see how dense history is in these places. Every building, every corner, every street tells another story. So when we really provide enough of critical mass of location-based storytelling content, then we can deliver to a tourist rather than a very well-defined, even if a high-quality experience across a very predefined and pre-delineated line. We can offer a very flexible and rich experience. You just walk across the city and you hear stories about monuments and streets and buildings around you. I can tell you from my own experience that when we started conceiving this project with our friends at Easy Travel, it's a big storytelling platform, and I will mention them later today. They are good friends and partners. After hearing several times, actually, from the founder of the company about the potential of this, but I've never actually, I understood the ideas, but I've never actually used this myself until one day when I had a conference in St. Petersburg before COVID, and I happened to be there, and I happened to be to have half a day free for myself, and I just took the Easy Travel app with a lot of guided tours and wandered across the streets of St. Petersburg for several hours, and I was so immersed because St. Petersburg is so rich, of course, in history. Every other building you hear the heroes of Dostoevsky, of Pushkin, the events of the actual revolution of the 90s came alive in front of me, and it was, I think, the most immersive and the most rewarding touring experience that I had in many years. So it's really a total different level of emotional connection. One next thing is that we are really storytelling, location-based storytelling is very much in line with global trends in how authorities want to support tourism today. A lot of authorities are actually, especially as a result of COVID, reinventing tourism in Amsterdam, in Berlin, and a lot is being said, and a lot of resources are being allocated to experiences outdoor experiences, outside museums, outside monuments. This is also a tool for authorities to support certain areas which are maybe traditionally underdeveloped in terms of tourism, to direct touristic movements. So this is a very powerful tool And if we are developing those kind of Jewish experiences, we are also tapping into this trend, and we are using the potential of this major development. So this is what JStory is about. JStory is really developing a network of storytelling experiences, Jewish storytelling experiences across Europe. Now, under the JStory umbrella, our first funded project is called Jewish History Tours, and that's the difference. JStory is an umbrella, let's say, ecosystem, and the Jewish History Tour was a specific project that got funded. The first one was funded under the CEF funding mechanism of the European Commission. We got around €500,000 to develop around 20 to develop guided mobile audio tours in around 20 European locations. The project lasts for 2 years, as you see, and we are now in the first half of the project. You see, so we really have a very nice spread of locations. It goes also, we have locations in Minsk, Polotsk, in Izmir with our dear friends at the Izmir project, in Barcelona, Halberstadt, Amsterdam, Maramuresh. We have locations in the Caucasus, in Georgia and Azerbaijan, and elsewhere. And a lot of this is done through AEPJ network, who are a partner in this project. I said that we are going to develop more than 20 guided tours in all these locations, but actually the actual products will be multiplied, because every tour will be available in different languages. And not only, so the website itself is available in different languages, but that kind of goes without saying today, but also the tours themselves, both the textual content and the voice content will be translated, and the voiceover will be prepared in all the languages, in several languages, at least these 4 languages that are listed: English, French, German, and Spanish. Of course, local language of the place where tours will be created, and we are also hoping to add at some moment also Hebrew to the list, and maybe some other languages. Hebrew is a bit problematic because it's not a European Union language, so we can't support it from this project. So this is our starting effort. I want to tell a couple of words about the genre of a guided tour. There is nothing new here. You probably heard it before. It's usually 1 hour, 1 hour and a half long walking tour, usually walking. It has enough time to consist between 10 to 20 locations or points of interest, and at each location we have a text and the recording of a story or several stories, and it's consumed via your mobile phone. Where we publish those tours is an important subject, but I'll touch about this in a moment. We publish it on several different platforms. Here I would like to say this is definitely not the only location-based experience you can think of, but it's the most basic one. And I think we should start from basics. When we start from basics, you get a lot of things right. You understand the area, you prepare the tour line, you write the stories. There is a lot of preparatory work that needs to be done in order to get to a high quality guided tour. But once all this work is done, then you can start thinking about more interesting and more innovative location experiences. We are talking with some of the partners, including Izmir, about maybe a 3D tour in a space, or in an indoor space and an outdoor walk. We are considering 360 filming technique, which is a very engaging technique where the user actually feels a part of a 3D space next to the speaker. We are thinking about expanding the scope to several day tours or a car itinerary. So, I mean, there's a lot of innovation which can come to mind once you start thinking in this way. But for us, really the basic 1 hour walking experience is the basic. It's also, I think, for the wide touristic audiences, currently the most understood and clearly communicated genre of touristic experience. And I think that's where we should start. That's a foundation that we want to lay. Yes, a word about publishing platform, and that's very important. That connects to what I said in the beginning about developing new technology. we see a lot of storytelling apps which are being developed under different funding opportunities. And I think that this is really not the best spend of your use of your resources, because we know that these applications are really short-lived and they don't have the reach of existing platforms. And it's very difficult to small and medium heritage organizations, even to large ones, to maintain a digital app in a good way. So 90% of the cases, these applications are not maintained. We hear the stories all over. We had the funding, nicely funded project. We developed a walking app, and then the money ended. There's no money to support the app. What are we doing with this? So the thinking of this project from day one is to use platforms, which are existing platforms, which are out there, to publish the experiences. We are working with Easy Travel, which is an open platform. We are working with Clio Muse Tours, which is a paid platform. They're a partner in the project. We're working with Voice Map, with Road Travel, which is an innovative platform for car itineraries. The relationships with all these different platforms could be different because they have different business models. Sometimes, they can be paid from the project. Sometimes they need to be paid in a different way. Sometimes the listener is charged. Sometimes the publisher. It's different. This is the kind of things we need to develop. But once you develop these relationships, and once you develop this network of publishing apps and the reach, publishing tools and platforms, then the reach of our content will be incomparably wider than anything that we would have reached with our own apps. We run a lot of training activities, and that's a key moment in this project. We are not developing the tools for the partners. We are educating the partners to develop the tools themselves. We hold training activities, and we have a designated partner who supports all our region-based partners in developing those tools. So the overall vision of this project and of the whole movement is to really develop a production capacity for those tools, not to do a one-off project, as successful as it might be. And this takes me to sustainability. So sustainability is really yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but again, you are consuming your time.
I think how many minutes do you have? How much time do I have?
You don't have any more time, actually.
I have two more minutes.
Up, please.
I started at 5:01. I'm wrapping up.
Okay, 5:01.
Yes. So sustainability is really key for us. We are building here a network of partners and expertise sources that once weaved together can basically run this kind of projects also after the funding period that we are currently having, and that's the goal. So I'm wrapping up. Just to review quickly what revolutionary ideas I think this project is implementing. First, really, we're going outside the museum walls. We're taking those stories outside with location-based technologies. I think this is key today. Second is really, we are not developing new technology. We are relying on existing technologies, on existing platforms, which have great reach. We only need to sort out the proper business relationship with these organizations, with these platforms. We are building an ecosystem of different partners, of platforms, of technologies, of content creators. And once we create the ecosystem, then what we've done will be bigger than a specific project. This wheel will continue spinning, and this will sustain the content, and this will sustain the effort. I think it's key. And basically, yeah, that's it. Last slide, Lucia. To summarize, if Michael asks me to talk about the digital revolution, I would summarize the best approach to digital revolution is really forget for a moment about digital, look at your goals as an organization, look at digital platforms and tools which can help you leverage your efforts to reach those goals. Do not do new tech, and join or create new ecosystems. And yes, please look at our project. Our website is really will be up and running in a week or so. And we will send out all the links and information. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure, and I'm sorry for being 2 minutes late.
No, it's okay. It was so interesting. Thank you very much for keeping the presentation so agile, so that now we can move on to the last intervention of today. It's time to bring the perspective of Nigel Wizard, a talented researcher, trainer, presenter, and speaker specialized in the history of Bradford and the Jewish heritage in Yorkshire, who will tell us how he got the inspiration, collaborators that he needed to launch the tours and to keep them running even during the COVID crisis. So Nigel, we lend you our ears, as Shakespeare would put it. It's your turn.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and happy Hanukkah. It's now time in England, it's now dark, so it's time for candle number 4. So Jewish Heritage Tourism in Yorkshire, England. I'm the Jewish Heritage Guide for Yorkshire, and it was interesting because I met some of you at Michael Mail's big event in Krakow 3 years ago, which I think seems a lifetime ago now. And one of the things I noticed was that when the Americans came, they were academics who had posts and were funded for travel. When the Europeans came, they worked for local authorities and they were funded. And when the British came, they funded themselves. And I think it's fair to say that in Britain, it is a Cinderella outfit. I'm the Jewish Heritage Guide for Yorkshire. For those of us who do the work in the UK, I think do it mainly for joy rather than a funded profession. But before going on to what I'm going to talk about, I must talk about a heritage issue just down the road from me. So I live in Leeds 17. Half a mile away, we have a Jewish old people's home in Leeds. And after Sukkot, the Jewish holiday that happened in September, the trustees, the people who called in who ran the home, called in the administrator. And he was appointed by the court to pay the debts. All the residents were thrown out, and the trustees had no plans to rescue any of the history bound up with the building, Yortzeit plaques, Torah scrolls, and more. And we're trying to get them back for the Jewish community. And I think it's important I say this, so you realize that it didn't just happen in Eastern Europe. It didn't just happen in South American states or wherever, but it does happen, and it still is happening in Britain. We've made huge attempts to rescue things, but my feeling is that, as you can see, they'll be going into the builder's skip, and I have a horrible feeling that early next year, we'll be scrabbling around in builder's skips in Leeds, trying to rescue Jewish artifacts. So that isn't a happy story. I've been trying to do something about it, but it doesn't seem that anyone really in the community has cared. The only people who care about it are the people who have artifacts in the home, who have memories, but it's now in the hands of an administrator, and he's more worried about money than about Jewish artifacts. The other very interesting thing I learned yesterday was that the community desperately needed the mezuzahs. Why did they leave the mezuzahs? And this is a very interesting one. Apparently, so many saintly people had died during COVID that they're having Sefer Torahs written in their names. And all the scribes are now writing Sefer Torahs, and there's therefore a dearth of scribes to write mezuzot. And hence we needed some mezuzot for a housing development in Leeds, and that's why they're trying to rescue them from the Jewish home. But let's get on to much better things. Let's talk about the county of Yorkshire in the UK. It's the largest county in Britain, and I moved to Yorkshire, to a city called Bradford in 1976 from London to work for the City Council in the Chief Executive's office. I was a new generation of policy officers trying to drive a new civic authority, and Bradford in Yorkshire covers is a big city, and it had a Jewish history, and we had a famous synagogue here, and if you can see, we have a cake, which is the model of the synagogue. So, another interesting artifact to go on the journey for Jewish heritage tours. So what I'm going to talk about today is, because we haven't got much time, I'm going to talk about some of the things in Yorkshire. But Yorkshire's traditionally known as an Ashkenazi community. Literally 2 million Jews go through the port of Hull, heading mainly for America. They have a Hull History Centre. And for those of you who've got North American ancestors, it may be that when the ancestors of the North Americans came to the USA, they came through the port of Hull. And I get many people coming to me now who said, my great-grandparents arrived in Britain, they came to Hull, they came to Leeds, can we do a heritage tour? But what I was interested in was not this. We mentioned about lockdown, and during lockdown, I attended a series of lectures that were organized by Lynn Julius of Harif, and they were lectures about the Sephardi world. Now, those of you who are from Britain know that Yorkshire is a lot of Jews in there, but they're nearly all Ashkenazim. They came either from Lithuania, from Poland, Russia, or some of them came from Germany. And no one had done anything about the Sephardim of Yorkshire. And I thought it would be interesting today to talk about some of the discoveries and some of the things that I found. And my role as a heritage guide is to take people round. We have walks, we have day tours when families come and are really keen to explore their heritage. We also this year for the first time had a 3-day group that went round Yorkshire, and it worked very well. We are a market waiting to be developed, but we haven't as yet had that opportunity. So what I want to do is show you some of the things that we found. So this first is a miniature Sefer Torah. It's a Sephardi one. It was given me by a walk participant. She told me that her mother came from Tunisia. She'd met during the Second World War a British serviceman. She'd married him. He'd come to live in they'd come back to his hometown of Grimsby. She'd been a member of the synagogue there. She obviously bought this miniature Sefer Torah in Israel, and now her daughter wanted to give it to someone, and she felt that I was the right person to have it, and I'm very, very proud and pleased to have it in my house. And this is the next thing. Even though Leeds is an Ashkenazi community, we have a plaque here that says this house reflects the ever-changing community of Chapeltown, an inner city area. Built in 1860, in 1924, it became a Spanish and Portuguese synagogue. And from 1952 to 1960, it became a Reformed synagogue, and then it became the Jinnah Mosque, the first mosque in Leeds. So you see the religious and the ethnic transformation from Sephardi synagogue to Reformed synagogue to mosque. And we were very lucky, and we were looking around, and we managed to find the Heichal, as the Sephardim call it, the Ark, in 2 parts. The left side of the commandments, of the 10 commandments from the Ark, which are still in the Sinai synagogue, which is about a mile from where I'm sitting in Leeds. And on the right is the bottom of the Ark that was taken to be used as an ark as a secondary ark in the Bradford synagogue. And when I did my research, I spoke to a guy called Joe Bromberg, and he told me how they slapped the ark, he and some other colleagues, in a van from Leeds to Bradford. But also Bradford was the wool capital of the world, and there were many Sephardi merchants in Bradford. And this building in Mill Street was one of the places where the Sephardim came to, and is included on our tour. The other interesting thing about the Sephardim was that some of them were very, very wealthy. And here we have a villa in Leeds, still owned by a Jewish family, but built in 1939 for Sephardim, and built for a person called Henry Angel, who'd come either from Izmir or had come from Istanbul to Leeds. So there's a big, strong connection. And many of the Sephardim who come are carpet merchants, textile merchants, who come to work in the city, and they come in the first decades of the 20th century. I won't mention much about the Holocaust, but I have 2 main things. We found here a picture of the Tarragano family from Salonika. The father had worked in the British Embassy. He had a British passport. He and his family miraculously were able to survive the Shoah. They came first to Hull, and then they moved to Dewsbury, which, even though it's called Dewsbury, was a very rough working class town. There was a mother, father, and 6 children. They decided that they'd give up and they wouldn't be Jews anymore. But one day someone called on the door who was Jewish, who recognized they were Jews, who brought them to Leeds, and the family resettled in Leeds. And I ended up speaking to one of the younger daughters, who now is living in Netanya in Israel. So that was a good story. Yesterday, there was a lecture at Harif and at JW3 in London about the 65th exodus of the Jews from Egypt. And some of the participants mentioned about their reception in the UK, that they'd come as refugees to Britain in the 1950s. And they came to very rundown places, hostels that had somehow survived, places for ex-prisoners of war, places for factory workers that had survived until the 1950s. And this was sent me, it was a picture of an Egyptian Jewish family who come to West Yorkshire, who come to live, literally 5 of them in one room with their, I think it's with a cat. And on the left is a picture of Greenbanks Hostel. It's all demolished now, but there's a Sephardi story there about how these Sephardi families came to Leeds and then got out of there within a year and were resettled. A few resettled in Leeds, most of them moved off to London. But it was important to say that, of the exodus from Egypt 65 years ago, there's a Sephardi link to Yorkshire. At the same time of the exodus from Egypt, there was the Bambaji family came. They came to Bradford. They found some Syrian Jews there. So they found that there were, you know, kindred spirits, that they weren't all among Ashkenazim. And this is a picture of Ibertex Limited, worsted manufacturers and exporters. And this was set up as Irving Bambidge Textiles by Egyptian Jews in Bradford, and the building still exists. Now, it's interesting, what do we count as Jewish heritage tourism? Is it all old or is it new and modern? And here's an interesting picture. This is a picture of the Rubin brothers at Jack Berry House and Jack Berry House in Malton. Who are the Rubin brothers? The Rubin brothers are two Jewish brothers who came from Bombay to Britain after India became independent in the 1940s. They left school early. One went into carpets, the other went into scrap metal. They're now number 2 in Britain's rich list. They're very interested in horse racing, and they sponsored this hydrotherapy pool for horse jockeys who injured themselves. The Rubins are a very interesting story. I don't know whether any of you are football fans. I heard that Newcastle was mentioned earlier on. If you know anything about Newcastle United, you know that Newcastle was taken over by the Saudis, or at least that's the big story. What's interesting is that the Saudis own 90% of the club and that the Rubins own 10%. So one wonders, after the Abrahamic Accords, this is a new Jewish Saudi Indian Jewish partnership. And the other very interesting thing I learned about the Rubins was that during the pandemic, their son funded the food bank in the center of Newcastle, helping thousands of people to get food. So I count all of this as sort of modern Jewish heritage, as tzedakah, and it's important to keep that in. Moving on, we're going to the coast, and my picture is I'm sitting on the coast, and this was a picture of Salman's gift shop. And the Salmans were an Iraqi Jewish family who came first from Baghdad to Bridlington, note the alliteration from B to B, in the 1920s, and then they moved to Scarborough. One of the Salmans became a Scarborough councillor. He was head of the tourism committee, and there was an Iraqi Jewish community of 3 or 4 families in the towns. And while we move on, we managed to find a passport, and this is a passport of Naji Yehuda Yusuf Ezra Salman of Scarborough. It's issued in the UK in 1937 by the Royaume du Iraq, by the Kingdom of Iraq. And Naji lived until about the 1990s. He was a fixture in Scarborough, and it's part of the Sephardi heritage that needs to be told. Moving on, I've got another wonderful picture here. This is of a gentleman called Elkin Hyams, who lives in Leeds now. His daughter sent me it, and here he is in the center with the flowers, leaving Mumbai in India for the UK in 1963. He comes to London. He stays, like many Indian Jews, in the Jews Temporary Shelter in the East End of London, and then he comes to Leeds. And interestingly, his daughter told me that most of the people in the picture, those are the younger ones who are still alive, are living in Israel today. So there is a Sephardi heritage in Yorkshire that in the past no one's talked about, and during lockdown, I was able to find it. Moving on to my last pictures, I do have 1 or 2 memories about the Shoah. We knew in Ilkley that there was a hostel for the Kindertransport, the 10,000 Jewish children that come to Britain in 1939. I knew that because a friend of mine's dad, my friend is the president of our synagogue, he'd come from Vienna to Ilkley, a small town in Yorkshire, in 1939. What we didn't know was after the war in 1946, they brought Holocaust survivors there. Just before lockdown, I was contacted by Yossi Gerstein, well, actually by his son-in-law, who said, my father-in-law, Yossi, came from Prague. He's actually born in Warsaw. He came to Ilkley in 1946. He made Aliyah in 1949, and he wants to come back and explore his roots. And we waited for 1.5 years, and he came 4 weeks ago to Ilkley. That's the house where he's in. The person on the left is his son-in-law, Gad Avissar, from Ness Ziona. That's Yossi, who's aged 88, from Ness Ziona, born in Warsaw, coming back to the house he spent 3 years in. And on the right is Philippa Waterton, who owns the house now. And we had a wonderful, it was a wonderful roots tour. He was recorded by our radio, coming to the house and talking about it on Radio Leeds. And it ended up being broadcast on the BBC World Service to 30 million people. So, roots tours, all sorts of amazing things do happen. And the other thing we managed to find, which was very exciting, was World Jewish Relief in London had 100 pages of documents about Yossi. And we also found that in 1949, and the Ellis family in Leeds had paid for him to make Aliyah. And I knew one of the Ellises, and I was able to ask him about the person who paid the money and to turn, something that had just started off with an email into a whole history. I'll finish off with a different slide. And this is a thing we have in Bradford called grab a jab. I take lots of walks in Bradford of both Jews and non-Jews. And I say to all of them, when we finish our walk, I say to them, you are able to grab a jab, to have a COVID vaccination. If you haven't had your booster, if you haven't had any of your second jab or whatever, we stop at the COVID vaccination center. And some people do go in. So that's how COVID's changed my tours. So it's been a quick whip through. Any questions, you can contact me at bradfordjewish@gmail.com. I do walks, I do talks, I do tours. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Nigel, for this informative. It's impressive what you've done. So now that our speakers are finished, it's time to address questions to them. So we might use still some minutes, correct, Michael? We still have some minutes left for questions or comments.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. So I don't see any in the chat box yet, but perhaps anyone wants to raise the hand. David,
yeah.
David,
please take the floor.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm sitting here in the south of Israel.
Welcome, David.
And I've taken a day off and I thought I'd listen to this. I'm not a professional heritage person, but I'm very interested in Anglo-Jewish heritage, as Michael well knows, particularly in synagogues and in stained glass windows, and et cetera, and I was particularly happy. I was waiting all day to listen to Nigel, because after London, my next interest is Leeds, where my family originated back at the end of the 19th century, and I know quite a lot about. But just one very general comment about everything I've heard all day, and I hope it comes over in the proper way. There's absolutely no question that the more we teach about the Holocaust, the more important it is. We just need to look around the world today and see how ignorant people are. It's quite amazing about Holocaust, and the more we can show what happened, etc., is very important. But I got the feeling today that heritage is all about the Holocaust, and the Holocaust is extremely important in its own right. It's connected with heritage, of course. There's all that other part of heritage out there, which goes way beyond and way back. And I wonder if it just happened to come out that way today. But as a neutral observer, I felt that this was the orientation that people I don't know what the right word to use is without it sounding negative, is sort of, there's a huge focus on Holocaust heritage when there's so much other stuff out there which we should also be looking at.
I purposely kept my talk not to mention about the Holocaust, but I do find that wherever I go in the end, it crops up. I'm a reader of the Jewish Chronicle, and some weeks I wonder if they weren't able to use the word Nazi or Holocaust, would there be any paper for me actually to read?
And anti-Semitism, Nigel, that's the
third word. And as David says, there is a life outside that.
And just to tell you, by the way, Nigel, I don't know if he got in contact with you. There's a person in Gateshead who was looking for some new furniture for a new young shul.
Yeah, I spoke to him and put him towards the administrator.
And I said they should get in touch with you about the furniture from the old age home. Yeah.
Actually, in this last session, there has been quite a focus on heritage roots as well, no? And tours that people does for family reasons, which makes it easier probably to be focused on the Holocaust because of the relatively recent survivors. But an interesting thing would be also to perhaps think of this kind of heritage family route tours, but for non-Holocaust countries.
Yeah, I mean, I had one guy who contacted me who said he wants to see the house where someone had left to get married. I said, look, I can show you it, but it's a car park. It's in the centre of Leeds now. There is not one single thing there that ever showed that anyone lived. He said, I've got to see it. He was going back to Palo Alto in California. He was at a conference in Edinburgh. He got off the train in Leeds. He came to see this car park, got back on the train and went to Manchester Airport and was happy. And this happens a lot. I've been taking other people to what were once homes that have been demolished because they were slums and are now industrial sites. We went to one covered with barbed wire and gates. And this guy, they were both happy. You know, it's just seeing the place, even if it doesn't exist.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, just one final comment for Nigel, and that is because Michael knows I have a huge interest in the David Hillman stained glass windows, which are all over London Schools, the most beautiful Jewish architectural heritage. There are actually 3 of them in one of the synagogues in Leeds.
Yeah, in Shadwell Lane, and not far from me.
Yeah, okay. I've been to see them, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks to you, David. Helen, I guess you want to speak, please. You're welcome to the show.
Just as a teacher, for David, you might not be aware of it, but we've run surveys of the success or failure of Holocaust education in Europe, and I think in America as well, but certainly in the UK. And we've come across huge reams of students who if you ask them how many Jews were in Germany prior to the war, they'll say 6 million. They'll say they can define everything, homophobia, all this, they can't define anti-Semitism. Older groups in the early 20s, some of whom they have no idea what the Holocaust is about. So for me, I'm a secondary school teacher and first year university teacher. We believe that unless we teach the historical facts and, if you like, lessons from the Holocaust as part of a heritage, we're not, with the current climate for Jews internationally, we're not doing what we should be doing. On the other hand, when I take my visits to Eastern Europe or to Western Europe, I focus enormously on the vibrancy of Jewish life pre-war. We follow that heritage trail. And then when we've done the Shoah, we go back to what is the current Jewish situation in Europe, and we visit current sites, a bit like the swimming pool that you showed, Nigel. And I will be in contact with you, Nigel. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Any more?
One of the other interesting things about Holocaust education is the children who are not Jewish, who suddenly find that grandpa was Jewish or grandma was, and that the Holocaust Memorial Day, instead of it being just the Holocaust, an event in school, suddenly has great meaning for them. And it's very interesting how many people now are coming through, because many of the survivors, for whatever reason, disappear from the Jewish community, but their grandchildren do remember.
Mm. Interesting. There were also some interesting thoughts today, both in the morning and afternoon sessions, about digitalization, about virtual tours, virtualization. And also I heard a lot of emotion kind of building tools, during these more family kind of heritage tours, looking for the roots and so on, and the importance of emotions in these tours. And I wonder if anyone has some further thoughts on how to connect both things, the virtualization or digitalization of certain parts of the heritage experience with the emotional part. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting because when we when Yossi came back with his son-in-law, you have all the technology of WhatsApp and everything like that. So what was happening in Ilkley was being relayed to all the family all over the world instantaneously. Photos, messages were coming back, questions. So you have all that thing, that instantaneous involvement of a whole large family, who, although they weren't there, were effectively seeing everything as it happened.
Thank you very much. I don't know, perhaps any other comment? If not, Michael, I think we are time for conclusions.
in the spirit, Lucia, of being on time, we've done very well.
Yes, in the end.
Yeah, I'll just say, David, that obviously we did, you know, obviously with Nigel's presentation, with the digital stuff that Pavel was covering, and with Izmir, etc. We have covered areas that are not directly related to Holocaust, but of course, I appreciate that it also did feature in this, but I suppose it's inevitable. And when we're talking about Jewish heritage preservation, well, of course, we know it relates everywhere. It relates to Leeds and the UK. Of course, the most pressing scenarios do tend to be in Eastern Europe, where there's just the volume of orphaned heritage that we're dealing with. It just makes it a compelling case. But I'll tell you, by the way, if I can mention completely unrelated, just to liven up your at the end of days, we're all about to munch into our donuts for Hanukkah. I'll just tell you a funny thing. I was up in Glasgow. Sadly, my mum's not well, and we decided to visit the family house, which I've not been in. So my parents lived in this house for 30 years. I was born in it, grew up in it, and I'd not been in it for over 30 years. So I knocked on the door, and the owner was there, took me in. We had a lovely chat. I told him the story. I told him it was my mum's 90th birthday. We were wondering whether the other members of the family who were coming and whether we could visit over the weekend. He said, yeah, that's fine. And then he said to me, oh, you know what? I'm away this weekend. I'm visiting my daughter near Hull. And I said, well, okay, well, that's fine. He said, but it's fine. I'll give you the keys. So he handed over the keys to me, gave me the code for the alarm. My jaw dropped. I mean, he said, no, it'll be fine. Don't worry. I said, you're not worried we're going to steal everything in your house? He said, I mean, we're insured. Anyway, all I can tell you is next morning, I got a phone call from his wife. She was not happy. Anyway, the good news is the son came to pick up the keys. They didn't like the idea of me having the keys, but they did let us in the house. So we were able to have a very moving walk through the house that I'd not been in for decades, and to see my bedroom again that I'd left when I was 20. I mean, it was quite moving. Anyway, thinking, Nigel, what your story kind of inspired me to think of that. So look, it's been a long day, and you know, obviously lots to absorb. And for me, I mean, I think it's been fascinating. I mean, I've really enjoyed the range of subjects that we've covered, and just to get the different scenarios that we've been considering, the different aspects of Jewish heritage tourism. So we will digest that. And in terms of Moreshet, we'll be digesting this and digesting indeed the other seminars that have been held. And Tom mentioned it earlier that we'd been talking about a toolkit about pulling together from the 5 seminars that have been held, the kind of key messages, the key lessons that have been learned, that we'd pull that together that could become some sort of resource for the Jewish heritage sector. And as we also said earlier, that we hope that we will, that Moreshet will continue, and what we'll do is we'll keep it easy. They'll be short. We're thinking about doing them every couple of months, couple of hours on Zoom, getting different hosts to take on a particular subject, and that we can travel around Europe. And of course, people can visit from across the globe on Zoom. So, it'll be a question of who the speakers will be, what the topics will be. But of course, we'll come back to you, assuming that this, we will continue down that line. We'll come back to you in due course and let you know what the program will be. So it just calls on me now just to thank all the speakers, first of all, for giving up their time and for the presentations, which we really enjoyed. Thank you for the participants for taking a day out. And let me end by wishing you a good evening. Hanukkah Sameach, if you're.
Hanukkah Sameach.
And thank you.
We've got
bye-bye.
We've got particularly gooey donuts to get through this evening, so I'm looking forward to it. Not very good for my diet, but they're very nice.
It's one thing.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good night.
Take care. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. All the best.
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.